Thank you. I will send you the next text.
So we should start. Good morning, you all. This is the BPF on local content, and it's not the first time there is a best practice forum on these issues. It started in 2014, as you read in the document. And it's an initiative which is quite important because it deals with the issues that are crucial and was a concern since the WSIS documents in 2005 in strengthening local cultures, indigenous languages, and so on, and preserving culture as well. I think this is there was a BPF in local content in 2014 and 2017, and last year's as well. But I think it's the first time we are trying to emphasize not only the questions of creation, learning about producing content and so on, but also preserving local culture, local cultural assets and heritage, local heritage, the indigenous languages and so on. The question of preservation is quite important and should be emphasized this year. We have an interesting panel, and the moderator doesn't want to talk much because we have lots of people to speak and not too much time. So I would right away give the floor to our first speaker, which is Elena Perotti. We have, sorry, Elena, just an important thing that we will try to have the speakers talk for about 5 minutes or 6 minutes each. We'll try to finish in about 1 hour, the round of speakers, and give them about 10 minutes to interact, ask questions to each other, comment on their speech, etc. And then we would open the floor to anyone else who would like to speak. So that's the format, simple.
Can I just say something about the report?
Okay.
Yes, the report. I just need to present the report briefly.
But I assume that they have read it.
Okay.
We insisted very much. Do we need to do a presentation of the report first, or you have read it?
Can I just go over the main
Yes.
issues that came out?
And maybe the list of recommendations.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll try, but we don't necessarily need to look at that. I just wanted to firstly, the process of the BPF, the ideas that one works intersessionally, as Carlos said. So when we started the work, after we identified this topic of how local content and heritage is threatened or challenged by shifts in political and other forms of instability, we asked for input from the community. And how many of you actually sent some content into the report? That's not bad. But actually, overall, we got 36 contributions, and they were very rich contributions. I really, I supported 2 BPFs. I also supported the Gender and Access BPF, Best Practice Forum. The content that we received, the input for this particular Best Practice Forum, was of a really high quality. So I won't present the report because you can read it if you haven't read it yet. I just want to go through the categories of issues that people identified. Marginalization of local languages and expression. That came up as a clear issue, but also as an issue which doesn't stand alone. And in some contexts, some communities have to sometimes make choices between more social and economic opportunity and preserving local language and culture. So how social inequality interacts with preserving identity and heritage came up as an issue. Next, there was the whole issue of documenting culture, traditions, and history, but embedded in everyday life. There are many programs where there are high-tech digitizations of temples, for example, or heritage sites, but connecting that form of preservation with people's lived experience in those areas and what significance their heritage has for them, that's much more complex than just putting up a high-end 3D visualization of an ancient structure. Then power and political control clearly is an issue in terms of denying or rewriting history, denying people's experiences. But what also came up is that some people said that digitization in itself has enormous potential, but it can also be a form of selective storytelling, a selective. We always say those who win the wars tell the stories. Maybe we can now say those with the power to digitize tell the stories. So that I thought that was a very interesting input. Then the whole notion of irreversible loss and disappearance of documentary heritage, lack of resources for preservation, and also in the form of digital preservation, uncertainty. There were contributors who pointed out that today, in terms of available storage technology, paper is still a more enduring form of preservation than any existing digital means. So maybe it will come, but at the moment, optical discs, even high-end sophisticated optical discs, are not likely to last as long as the Dead Sea Scrolls did, for example. And then copyright capacities, resources, standards, that also came up, and the sustainability of issues. Some contributors pointed out that copyright and the protection of copyright can actually help preserve content and heritage. And then others pointed out that it's a real barrier, the time and money that has to be spent if a local community is trying to digitize content of which someone else holds the copyright can actually be inhibitor. So finding ways around, the positive aspects of it, but also overcoming the limitations. And then the fact that technology is a double-edged sword in the context of this particular conversation. It's a way of keeping local languages alive, at digitizing local content, but it also is a way of acculturation, globalization, and you have to engage both those, and you can't value the one necessarily more than the other, because people's lived experiences are vital. And as one contributor pointed out, you don't want to preserve language in such a way that it actually accelerates the death of it. Sometimes the act of preservation can also be an act of declaring that a language has died. It's a dead language, so we have to now preserve it. And then hostility and bias amongst those in power, that can actually have a real impact. And power shifts can impact as well on the sustainability. You might have a public administration that's very interested in preserving one particular culture because they feel politically aligned with that particular language or culture. And then you have a shift in political power, and then resources for that initiative can disappear. So that's really it. I won't dwell on the recommendations. We don't have that many recommendations, and we want the recommendations to come from you. And we don't have to have all our recommendations finalized today. We still have a few more days for you if you want to reflect and send me some input up to Monday, maybe Tuesday morning. That's fine. But we do need you to think of, as Carlos said, about the future, what we should focus on next year. And I would like us to have a program of work now, as opposed to deciding in August or September. But also recommendations to come up in the conversation today would be very helpful. Thanks very much.
Boa. So, back to you.
Thank you very much. So I am Elena Perotti. I work for the World Association of News Media, which gathers all the news media in the world. And I thank you all for inviting me to this local forum. The World Association of News Media, WANIFRA, profoundly believes that local news has a vital importance in supporting an informed and politically active local citizenry. Undeniably, though, the general challenges of the industry of the news media that the industry has encountered in digital economy have been particularly dire in the case of local newspapers. Because indeed the constant and steep shrinking of print advertising revenues, the limited access to online advertising, in the case of, and the fearless competition of tech giants have factually strangled a too relevant number of local news. Local content producers are extremely vulnerable in the face of tech giant cannibalization on their market because for sheer questions of dimension, fatally they have less contractual power and are more prone to pressures. So adapting to the digital environment has been a great struggle for local news media, but some of them have found their best voice in this occasion. The success stories among local publishers belong to the members that were able to embark in digital transformations from unidimensional print media into multimedia and multi-platform media, sometimes venturing into new business areas too. Often, what ensured a favorable outcome was a deep knowledge of their audience and a capable use of data. And the keywords for successful local publications remain engagement and quality content. So I brought you a couple of examples. In Spain, for example, Barcelona-based newspaper Ara has taken an audience-first approach that ensured encouraging results for its local publication. They had an overall 20% increase in the last couple of years, while the sector in Catalonia was experiencing a 22% fall overall. Ara, which means in Catalan now, is a Catalan daily newspaper that began publication in 2010, coinciding with the Catalan parliamentary elections, and it is the third most read daily newspaper in Catalonia and the most read daily newspaper written exclusively in Catalan language. Ara's online edition is the most popular newspaper website in Catalan language in general. In 2015, Ara set up a metered paywall, and now more than 60% of their income, of their revenues, come from subscribers and readers. Their strategy, as they say it, is to serve targeted audiences with targeted content. They work on their extremely diverse offering. They include general news, of course, but also a comic newspaper or artists-only newspapers, and so on. The effect of bringing this extremely focused interests online is that their audiences feel even more the situation of being in a community. They really feel that they are a family altogether gathered around these interests. And this ultimately increases the value of being a subscriber and encourages subscriptions. In their online venture, Ara engages in a constant and thorough analysis of their customer and their preferred platforms. And Ara, like many other news media publishers studied by WANIFRA, maintains high standards of quality on their print products, which are still what drives the brand recognition and the effects on across the whole platform. So, as we like to say, digital first and print later and better. Another example that I brought to you comes from India. India's leading publishing house is called the Jagram Prakashan, and it publishes 12 print titles in 5 languages across 15 states. This includes Dainik Jagran, which is India's leading Hindi newspaper with more than 73 million readers. Their strategy, as they call it, is a relentless focus on great journalism. So the brand's content credibility, once again, drives their digital presence. The group director, Shailesh Gupta, specifies that languages will be powering the growth of digital in India, which is what we already said and we will see in the report. And of course, the mobile devices are the leading point of access for the consumption of online information. Jagran Prakashan has a great connect with the Hindi language readers, and their flagship brand, Jagran.com, remains amongst the leaders in the category with about 21 million unique users. Print's unique ability to localize and customize along with a mass reach is what ensures it maintains durable revenues, while at the same time providing invaluable customer knowledge to be fed into new products on digital platforms, but also on conventional revenue sources, building on the brand's content credibility and the unique data they have access to. So as an example of new products that they are exploring, the group launched OnlyMyHealth.com, which is a top Indian website in healthcare information industry with 8.6 million unique users. And another one is jagranjosh.com, which is one of the fastest growing Indian education sites with over 8 million unique visitors. I close by saying that an honorable mention should finally be reserved to the literacy programs launched in several local media. At WANIFRA, we have a news literacy network, and we observed that some of the most interesting initiatives are being launched locally. Just like our best practice forum outcome report states, literacy is one of the answers that keep local cultures engaged, and legacy media has an opportunity to bring pre-digital natives along with them in the ride towards the crossing of the boundaries between traditional and digital media, while at the same time gaining the interest of younger audiences. So the keywords for us are know your audiences, adapt them online, and try to teach as much as you can the interest of your product. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Elena has to leave soon, so I would, before passing to the second speaker, I would ask you if there is any question to her, because she might leave and will not be able to participate later. No? So the second is, sorry, please, go ahead.
Yes, I have a nasty question for Elena. And is, there are programs made by big giants, the one that are disrupting the business model of the local media, supposed to help the local media. And usually in exchange, they ask for the data of the newspapers and of the readers. What is the approach of the Federation of Newspapers on that?
Well, that is a very interesting phenomenon, and it is true. They have been developing programs that supposedly help local media. I wouldn't know whether in the end they steal the data, but I mean we know them, so it's very likely they actually do that. But what I did notice is that they use their connection with local media very often for lobbying purposes. So particularly in the United States, for example, I saw this happening. They're facing, of course, the News Media Alliance, which is a news media association that gathers all of the national media in the U.S. In front of Congress for different things, and particularly antitrust. They dropped entirely any relation with them and went straight to the local media, to the local news media, which have a different association, and which have been speaking very highly of both Google and Facebook as if they were saving the world. So I think that it is, what I definitely know from firsthand is that the tech giants are going local in order to try and defend themselves from whatever attacks can come from the policies of the big trade associations.
Okay. Tiago from Brazil, researches in anthropology and communication. If you can open with a brief description.
Thank you, Carlos. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for the invitation. Well, I have been working with indigenous groups in Brazil for a long time, 15 years. And I would like to present a little bit about my experience with CoolLab, which is a cooperative responsible for installing communications infrastructures across Brazil. We won last year the Mozilla award, and we made a public call, and we received more than 50 demands of installing infrastructure, and I have been coordinating installations in the Amazon. We are currently working with 3 indigenous groups, which are the Ashaninka, the Hunicui, and the Xanenawa in Acre, West Amazon. And I would like also to address a few points on spectrum access, which I think it's a major issue in our experience. So dealing with indigenous communities, for you to have an idea, Brazil has more than 1 million 1 million individuals as indigenous, self-defined as indigenous. And they speak more than 170 languages, different languages. but it's only 10% of the original language that were spoken in 1500 when the Portuguese arrived in Brazil. So to preserve this 10% of language, it's a kind of a huge issue now. But it's very normal, very common to find indigenous that speaks more than one language, 2 or 3 languages, because a man should many times speak the language of his father, but also the language of his wife. So it's very, very normal to have indigenous groups that are able to speak through 3, 5 languages. So dealing with this, we are provoking them to use mostly softwares engaged in orality, which means, for example, the free software Audacity is very useful. It's very light and we can carry this on a pen drive, and to use it as a local network, it's very, very useful. For illiterate digital people, free software, I think, is the best way to approach technology, because it also enables to adapt to very old computers. So free software is more evolved than proprietary software, because it can be adapted to different conditions. So this would be one of the first recommendations, to really enable people to use free software. Once they don't have any contact with technology, free software would be the best options to introduce. The second recommendation would be to increase the awareness of orality, how to deal with orality. And specific tools that are able to enable orality are really nice. For example, we deal with a lot of mobiles, but a single mobile like this, which is a 2G mobile, which is very cheap, is able to record voice, is able to receive FM, it's able to do Bluetooth, and the camera is not good. But what's the importance of a camera if we are dealing with mostly orality, with mostly speech? And this device costs $10. So it could be really, we are working with this, we're designing a proper appropriation of this kind of technology, low-tech technology. And to finish my brief intervention, I would like to address the issue of accessing spectrum. In local communities in the Amazon, as in many other places, we have a big issue with accessing spectrum, because the spectrum is assigned for national enterprise. And of course, they don't have much interest in providing local services for, just small groups of indigenous. So we are defending in Brazil the idea of free spectrum, which is, in one side, the understanding of spectrum as an environmental good, which means it's nor private nor public. Because in the end, spectrum is locally used. So, and it has a lot to do with body also, radiation, to understand the impact in human bodies. So it's a different approach to spectrum. In Brazilian Constitution, we have the Article 225, which deals with environmental goods. And the right of antenna would be really useful to address this problem. On the other hand, we have the principle of complementarity, which means we should really pay attention to the idea of creating a public sphere more balanced, which is we have to have private sector, private enterprise providing services. We have to have public services, but also have community service. In many countries, specifically in Latin America, following also the ITU recommendation, have divided the spectrum in 3 equal parts. 32% for private sector, 32% for public, and 34% for community. In Bolivia, they have even split 34% between 17% for indigenous communities and 17% for rural communities, which is the first approach, ethnic approach to spectrum. So the idea of having free access means that governments have become obsolete in managing spectrum, and we have software that can do it much better. But instead of understanding the whole spectrum as a commons, which is a very difficult approach, if you are talking about dealing with commercial approach and the private sector and public sector, we want to reserve a small part of spectrum to allow local communities to enable their communication. This would be my few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiago. Very interesting. Kimberly is next. Could you introduce yourself briefly?
Yes, of course. Hello, very nice to be here with all of you. My name is Kemly Camacho from Costa Rica, from Cooperativa Sulabatsu, and an APC member also. I reviewed the document, and what I wanted to do is some observation to the document based in our experience. For me, something that I really wanted to strengthen is the very small line between local content and knowledge extractivism. I think we have to pay a lot of attention to that. I remember one experience in my region, Central America, where a beautiful organization developed a beautiful participatory process, creating participatory mapping about communities, identifying with all the community, different places like rivers, spaces, and resources, and many other aspects, yes, as a local content creation, yes. And after that, doing a website, or I don't know, a technology to present this local content development. That was nice, that was beautiful, but then later, some years later, we realized the mining company used exactly this mapping, yes, to enter to the community, yes, and it was really a lot of secrets about the community developed in this map. Then I really think we have to be very careful around the relationship between local content development and knowledge extractivism. Some of the things that we think is crucial, and there is a need to integrate in the document from our side, is the relationship between local content and local processes, and strengthening the local processes, and strengthening the organization of the communities that are developing this local content. For us, there is a need to connect both things, and the process of developing local content have to be really, really in connection with local processes always. In this sense, we support the proposal of the Oaxaca women that are trying to fight for a community property right, or a community copyright. It's something that we are supporting a lot, and we think we have to integrate also in our actions the development of a community property right. The other thing I wanted to say is that local content is not only indigenous content, and it's not only about preserving. I think it's important to develop local content process and produce local content, for instance, for urban communities also, yes, and for different communities in general. We also work with indigenous women in Costa Rica. From this experience, I just wanted to say that at least for them, they don't like the name preserving to talk about their knowledge. They prefer to talk about strengthening. Then this is something that I wanted to also to raise in this conversation. We also work in developing local content with the Central America girls from 12 to 18 years old, in the 6 countries in the Central America region. We have developed this process to really create local content with them. And this local content is produced with them to talk about the main problem they confront. Then we develop local content about, for instance, abandon, about the worries about the land and climate change, about sexual violence and adolescent pregnancy, about suicide, which is a big issue in our Central America region, about the lack of opportunities. All this process about creating local content is developed with a research process from the young girls, yes, to analyze and understand their context. Then is this idea of developing local content or do local content production, but always in relationship with the strengthening of the capacities of the people in the place and of the strengthening of the local organization. This connection between these two are very important for us. The local content production have to, in our case, develop the understanding of the own reality of the people who are developing the local content. In this sense, we have produced a new history based in stories of the women created by the young girls in each of the countries. For the end, for the some recommendation for the document, then first relate local content always with the production of knowledge local processes, content and processes all together. Look for community property rights, fight for the community property rights, and strengthening local organization and local processes, but the production of local content, especially if they are going to be produced with technology or presented with technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kemli. Is Francisco here? Oh, great. Then it's your turn. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, good morning to everyone. I'm Francisco from Paraguay, and I work in the CONATEL, the regulator of telecommunications. And I want to say that I'm not an expert on the issue, but I have some contributions to make. And when in the document talk about the marginalization of local languages, and I think that in Paraguay we have like 20 plus indigenous languages, but in our constitution there are only 2 official languages, the Guarani and the Spanish. So we left behind like 20 indigenous languages. I think that Bolivia, in that respect, did a great job, including all the languages spoken by the native and in the local communities in their constitution. But I think that maybe that brings a lot of challenge, and for example, in education, and when you're a child, you cannot learn 20 plus languages. That's impossible. And in the budget, you cannot translate every single document in I don't know, all the language. That's impossible. I think that maybe that cannot be the way, but you cannot make all languages official. But maybe we just have to make a specific content for specific places and specific people. And I think that maybe community networks and community radios and community televisions can help to make that possible. And I think that to make that possible, there has to be an effective and efficient policy and regulation. And like the member of Brazil was talking about the free spectrum, that can be a way, could be a way, but I don't know. That would be would be resisted from the ministry of all the ministries. And I think that we should make an effective and efficient regulation and policy. And in Paraguay, we are in a process of developing a digital agenda, but I think that lacks the policies to for making for raising the awareness in local content, in the creation of local content. But that's all I have to say for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. Next is Santiago Schuster.
Thank you for the invitation. My contribution will be from the side of legal aspect and put on value content in the network, following what Kemley has said to us. First, I would like to say that if we use the term content in a broad sense, probably you can include a huge amount of items such figures, signs, etc. But if you put content with culture, you are talking about intellectual works like music, like audiovisual, literary works, etc. And then it's important when you wish to put on value the cultural content, it is a matter of management of the content. And my first contribution in this sense is to say that you need to add information to the content. In the network, in the digital network, if you don't have information about the content, heritage content, or content that our creators are producing today, you have nothing. And in that sense, I think it's important to have some experience from the intellectual property practices. One of them is to document the works. And the study, the document that we have received repeatedly refers to the need of documentation of local content for its preservation. It is a real need that we cannot ignore. Documenting it does not only mean folding the content. In internet language, it suggests to add information. It is interesting to refer to the model used by author societies in Latin America and in the world. The model is simple but very useful. First of all, each creator, person, artist, has an unique code that identifies her as a creator, producer, artist. It must given to, this is the IP code, IPI code, an identifier at global scale. We don't have that in the heritage content, for example. I think it's a need. Each author who enters to a collective management entity receives this unique code, which is used throughout the data network in collective management environment. Then each work also each musical work receive a universal code also. This is an ISO standard. This universal code is ISWC code. And then I think if we need to preserve heritage content or content made by our communities, ethnic communities today in Latin America, for example, we need to work in that sense. The second example is Latin Autor. Latin Autor is a model of multi-territorial licensing which has the goal to put on value the Latin American repertoire, musical repertoire in the digital network. Latin Autor is a supranational model of licensing for Latin American repertoire based on a similar cultural identity. Of course, in this repertoire, we include the ethnic-rooted works because it is open to all the works that are created in our region. Latin Autor, in Latin Autor, there are 16 CMOs in 16 countries. is an unique model of multi-territorial licensing process in the world. And it's a one-stop shop that licenses Spotify, Google Play, iTunes, etc. This model had allowed licensing digital uses in Central America also. And it's curious that in Central America, we cannot license, or the authors cannot license to the traditional big users, but they license digital uses. And I think, because the time is gone, I think this is my contribution, and I am open to give more information about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Santiago. Next is Arturo Bregalho.
Thank you, but the speech for Francisco is very good from Paraguay. I prefer other partners.
Okay. Nick, short introduction, please.
Thank you very much for inviting me. My name's Nick Bidwell. I live in Namibia. I've been working since 2002 with Indigenous groups, starting with in Australia with Aboriginal people. Then when I moved to Southern Africa with rural people, many different, some people who identify as Indigenous by UN definitions, and some people who identify as Indigenous by local definitions. So I'm going to try and change the tack, and this is a bit of a relatively new thing for me to start think about, because I've been thinking about content and language for a very, very long time. But our world is different now. So I'm thinking beyond content as statically created. I'm thinking about platforms and cultures of reasoning that are embedded in machines and embedded in interfaces between humans and machines. So I'm thinking about who does and what does. And I'm going to give two recent examples. We'll start with one that is perhaps a little bit more accessible. So I'm very lucky at the moment to be working with Huansi people in the Kalahari, who are some of the oldest living culture that we have there. Some people know them as groups of the San. And I had the group working with a group of people funded by the APC. We're looking at platforms for, if you like, a community network, but without the wireless. We don't have any way to connect to the mobile or connect to Wi-Fi. So working with Indigenous programmers from around the world and their allies, including Luandra, who works with Indigenous people in Brazil, and Maori developers, and a few people around the panel, around this table, who are also supporting us. We're using a platform called Scuttlebutt, which is an offline social network. And it's our idea, or what we've just produced as a prototype, is 40 small villages in the Kalahari are sending message to each other in this secure, encrypted way, which is basically carrying a whole of a social network on a simple phone. And that is importantly encrypted, and importantly, the means of communication from one village to another is embedded in their own way of life. So this is the nitty-gritty, if you like. It's not just the what, but it's the how things are communicated. Maybe it's inappropriate for a man to talk to a woman of a certain moiety, a bloodline. Maybe it's appropriate for sisters to only talk at certain times of the day or the year. So there are many ways that we communicate that convey our culture as well. So this is fantastically exciting, because Indigenous groups are working together to solve their own communication problems with their allies. The next bit is a little bit more academic. And and this about the algorithms of AI. So mostly these days, the big tech companies use neural networks, and they use this kind of reasoning which is deeply embedded with certain very extractive ideas and certain inequalities between large companies. And you're right, somebody said they're trying, Google's localizing its tools. So we've got Google AI in Ghana, but it's universalizing. It's taking these neural network tools, which are based on a particular kind of mathematics and a particular way of extracting, using huge energy-hungry server farms, and certain epistemologies, if you don't mind the academic word. So they need loads of data. These algorithms are weird. They're racist, they're gendered, they come from a certain way of thinking. But it doesn't have to be that way. So what we're interested in, I have a very small grant with Alan Blackwell in Cambridge University, and we are trying to create programming languages which are called probabilistic programming languages. And these are that local people themselves, maybe they'll speak them, maybe they will write them, but they're based on their own local concepts of likelihood from their own languages. So the statistics themselves are embedded in local ways of doing statistics, of predicting rainfall, of predicting all sorts of events in the world. So the important thing about this is it's everyday reasoning, as Henriette mentioned in the recommendations. It's everyday ways of speaking about the world. And it's local and specific to those people, so the big companies cannot get it. They will not be able to, because it is embedded in the local, it's local reasoning. So, and also local people can use it using their own language forms. So what I would like to sort of shift the conversation from and make us aware that we're putting this content out there, but it can be harvested, and not just by people, by huge machines that are using certain ways of manipulating data. And we need more in our arsenal that conveys the history of human intellectual endeavor in the very tools and platforms we're building.
Thank you, Nick. Bertrand Moulier, if you can introduce yourself, please.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yes. I'm Bertrand Moulier. Thank you, Carlos. I'm going to talk about the perspective of the professional film and television production perspective. I should start by saying that audiovisual content is a very broad ecosystem. There's space for everything, from amateur content, tuition videos, all the way to the kind of stuff that I'm preoccupied with every day of the week, which is the livelihood and sustainability of the professional audiovisual production sectors. And I would just premise what I'll say, going back to what you said, the summary of the BPF document, that for us, good preservation and conservation of content, good heritage starts with having buoyancy and sustainability in local production infrastructures so that people can actually make content and make a living out of it. So we believe, certainly the organization that I represent, that the internet, first of all, the boundaries between local and global are pretty porous these days, and that is actually a fact driven by what technology has achieved, controversially, of course, but nonetheless. And that we believe in fostering a more symbiotic relationship between those who make, create, invent content and the platforms and services that have become the supercharged mode of dissemination and feeding the cultural conversation. So we're looking for a better understanding between the platform services that we deal with in the internet and web kind of universe. And bearing in mind, in particular, the very idiosyncratic risk profile of film and television. Now, I remind you that every film, to simplify, is a prototype. You cannot standardize the product the way you would with a fridge or an automobile. That because of this, it demands a bespoke business model for every single piece of film or television that you're making. And it's also an experiential good, so you can't really tell until it's kind of let out into the public whether it will connect with them and fire their imagination or not. And finally, it's got unusually high manufacturing costs amongst all the kind of bevy of creative products. It's probably the one that Cristina Gallego, the producer of Abrazo de la Serpiente, which is a scintillating Latin American film made in Colombia, was sharing with us at the 2016 IGF that the average cost for the kind of what she describes as artisanal production that she makes with her husband very successfully is around $750,000. That's for a Latin American paradigm. In Europe, it would be around the 2.5 million mark. And if you're in Kenya and making a soap episode for the equivalent of $4,000, that's a lot by the standards of the local audiovisual sector, and people struggle to close their budget on that. So we have enormous issues around market failure and difficulty to find sustainable structures to support locally relevant, including stuff made in the local languages. And we want to, our aim is to foster more of a symbiotic relationship with the platforms that carry our content. So they're not just there at the end of the chain offering a rather meager license fee for what we make, but they actually partner us upstream in the very, very complex and precarious job that content development, sorry, I hate that word, works development entails. Most people, and I was referencing Cristina Gallego earlier on, she spends on average 3 years developing the new film with her husband. So they have to have 2 or 3 projects going on. During that time, they're not being paid. So this is quite kind of an important kind of foundational things to grasp about us. Secondly, I think there are opportunities in some parts of the world for a paradigm jump. I'm a sort of humble student of what's happening to audiovisual in Africa. We have relationships in various countries there, which are very fruitful and interesting. We're learning a lot. And I think there's been historically in many places an absence of what would have been in Europe or elsewhere, the old legacy value chain, which is made up of a theatrical film infrastructure, cinemas for films as the first market, followed by broadcast television, followed by the physical package, DVD market, video market, etc. That has not occurred in many countries for structural reasons. There was a lack of theatrical infrastructure. The broadcasters, and in particular the public broadcasters, have been either under-budgeted or over-politicized, or sometimes both, and sometimes have had difficulties even understanding the need to respect, for example, the basic intellectual property rights of producers of content. So the VOD universe, the video-on-demand universe, presents a new opportunity, not just in terms of technology, but in terms of curating and enabling local content. We think that it's interesting also, I was talking about the kind of porous boundaries between local and global. If you look at the rise of some local video-on-demand platforms like Iroko TV, which got going through a Manchester Manchester-based Yoruba entrepreneur, the business model relied initially on serving the diasporic element in the Nigerian and more broadly African communities based in the United States and the UK, of which, of course, there are several millions. And from there, they were able to make the business more sustainable and then build an offer more local back to Nigeria and other countries that would be priced and optimized for the local purchasing power. That's kind of something that's interesting to consider. The third thing I'd say is that the digital switchover, which has been much kind of bandied about in the African context in particular, there was a big kind of hype about this 2 or 3 years ago. It's the process, of course, more complex and technologically onerous than the slogan suggests. In theory, once you have unlimited bandwidth, you can then multiplex content into smaller communities. And the question then arises, who's going to pay for that? In audiovisual, in terms of what I said earlier on the cost of manufacturing and other factors, even a language area like Wolof, which is spoken in basically 3 countries, mostly Senegal, about half of the 10 million Wolof speakers are in Senegal and its diaspora. It's still quite a narrow market to make something sustainable. And when you come down to a minority language, like, for example, Jola or Mandinka in this part of Western Africa, then you get to a dilemma about who is going to cover this, and perhaps it needs to be treated as on the same level as social provisions like healthcare and education, and then that sort of incentives that come with it become very important, of course. The penultimate thing I'll say is audiovisual strikes me increasingly as I get older in this business as very much like science and the early internet, according to the will of its pioneers, as a utopian structure, meaning that we just have to cooperate across nations and across cultures sometimes to make our projects see the light of day. Some of you may have been at the screening we did on Monday night of The Mercy of the Jungle, La Miséricorde de la Jungle. What's striking about Joël is not only that the film was made using a lot of cooperative kind of assets in France, in Belgium, pre-acquisitions of rights by certain international channels, but also that in developing this very script that was very close to his bones, I remind you that his father was killed during the Rwandan genocide. He collaborated online with an American screenwriter based in New York, and these guys didn't see each other physically until about 5 years into their process of joint collaboration. Tsotsi, the 2005 film, a South African film that went around the world, won many prizes, was co-produced between a British producer, a local distributor and producer, and an American sales agent that took the risk on advancing the balance of the rights. I could go on like this. We are very much kind of based on cooperation. And I'll end with this. I think in order for this utopia to live on, if you like, we need a certain, and I get to the recommendation part of my brief intro, we need solid structural incentives, which could be in the form of direct subsidy or tax concessions, tax credits, for example. We need, and we still think this is the most cost-effective incentive. We need a strong copyright framework that applies across the international system so that there's kind of legal security when you're trying to exercise the kind of international cooperation I described. And very essential, not just good, handsome copyright laws, but the ability for local makers and creators and producers to access this copyright framework so they can understand how to turn their hard work and effort into tradable assets that can meet their payroll and enable them to finance the development on the next project. And I also think we need platforms to understand better the importance of respect for our work, and particularly the open platforms, to understand that they do share responsibility in preventing the circulation of works that we did not license for their ecosystems, and also to pay us licensing prices that reflect the value of the content we make. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bertram. Now is Valencia. Introduce yourself, please.
Yes. Thank you, Carlos. I am Valencia Drusvenikova from the International Federation of Library Associations. Thank you very much for the invitation. So from the library sector's experiences with local content creation, with the availability of local content, there are a number of lessons and good practices that are relevant to the questions that the Sears report actually poses. One of the first questions the report highlighted was who participates. And when we discuss digitization and preservation of cultural heritage, especially cultural heritage at risk, there can be significant costs and requirements in terms of expertise. And as a result, one key way forward is to form partnerships between heritage institutions and vulnerable communities, working with them to combine the resources and technical experience of institutions and the knowledge and the priorities, indeed, of the people. And through this, it's possible to make meaningful preservation choices. These choices should be based, for example, on helping communities determine the potential risks that you have mentioned before, what they would want to make public and what should not be made public. Given that it's not necessarily possible to preserve everything, decisions need to be taken in a collaborative way. A good example of such a practice is the Listen, Hear Our Voices project carried out by the Library and Archives Canada. The goal of the project is to digitize analog audio recordings of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis national languages that are still at risk of extinction. And the project is guided by an Indigenous advisory circle. And the approach to digitization is inherently collaborative. Library and Archives Canada offers digitization and training services to Indigenous organizations and communities that hold the kind of recordings that contain those languages being spoken and that wish to have them digitized. They choose together what to preserve and how, and the Indigenous community members also receive training themselves. This brings us to a second question the report raises: for whom? Who reads or uses what is preserved and made available? Clearly, the first priority is the community itself. To make the materials usable for them, for example, the project I've mentioned earlier, aims to improve and develop tools of access and discovery, such as developing an independent web portal or a catalog of existing oral expressions or crowdsourcing, transcription, tagging, and similar tasks. And to make sure that if the community agrees, heritage materials are available for as many people to enjoy as possible, there are also platforms that can help make the digitized heritage discoverable and usable for a wider audience whenever appropriate. In this context, initiatives such as online guides and databases, digital finding aids can help, and labels for traditional knowledge content can help build a sense of confidence. Access is also fundamental to another area of heritage digitization where IFLA is currently active, and that is digital unification projects. These are initiatives to digitize and bring together related content that is scattered across different locations. Such collections can represent a shared heritage of more than one community. So heritage that is shared, for example, due to past trade routes, alliances, or colonial ties. And digitizing this content makes it possible for all parties who may value this heritage to be able to access it online, regardless of distances. So helping researchers or individuals that are simply looking to rediscover their past. An example of such unification project is the France-Poland Digital Library, which saw the National Library of France collaborate with partners in Poland and France to digitize and bring together documents capturing the shared history of France and Poland. Similarly, under the Bibliothèques d'Orient project, the National Library of France cooperates with partners in the Eastern Mediterranean, particularly Egypt, to digitize and build a collection that reflects their shared heritage. There are also, of course, more urgent projects. The Endangered Archives program delivered by the British Library, for example, supports projects that digitize and make available heritage materials around the world that are under various threats, from flooding or fire risks to political threats. We are hoping to see more activities in this area and more support for projects such as these. And these are just a few examples of libraries leveraging ICT and digitization tools to ensure preservation of and access to cultural heritage, when supported by an enabling copyright regime, as you've pointed out, effective cross-border copyright frameworks and exceptions that facilitate digitization of cultural heritage. And when libraries have access to necessary technologies and equipment, then they contribute and make unique local content available. Thank you.
Thank you, Valencia. Now, Alison, please.
Hello, hi, I'm Alison from Hamle, the Arab Center for the Advancement of Social Media. We're a human rights organization focused on Palestinian rights. I would say we're quite busy often, so we don't have a lot of time to go into the details, unfortunately, of digitalization and cultural heritage, but definitely these are historic issues for Palestinians. Palestinians from the past 70 years have suffered from a culturocide, you could say. This has included physical violence, assassinations of key artists and leaders, as well as closing of institutions, looting of historic archives, continuation of holding of materials, the Palestinian entire film collection, cinema collection, continuing to be held by Israel with lack of access for Palestinians. Many cases like this. But as today we are focused on how this is translating to the digital space, I will try to also address how we see this online these days. One of the key things that we as Hamle have done research on and have talked about is the use of maps to change and to further efforts of removing local language and local history. This is particularly apparent in the city of Jerusalem, which Israel has occupied and annexed in their attempts to erase Palestinian culture from the space. When it comes to working with tech companies into ensuring that the maps are not representing a narrative of occupation and colonialism, we found it difficult to communicate this issue in a way that leads to effective action. Even international law seems to be not enough to convince people that certain spaces or companies that certain space should have a priority of preservation of the Palestinian narrative. And we see that also in other parts of the world, but particularly in Palestine. We also see in algorithms and machine learning the historical Arabic revolutionary language, as well as imagery, being connected to the lexicon of terrorism. And this can be situations which we've seen where automatic translation has led from one language where the word Palestinian was used to another language where it's been translated directly to terrorist, or where the word Palestine has been translated to Syria. The lexicon that is connected and being designed around a lot of Arabic revolutionary language, or even simply the names of UN-recognized states, is supporting efforts of culturocide in the digital space. Let's see. We also have, of course, on a local level within the state of Israel, where I don't know the exact percentage, but within Israel, you have many Palestinian citizens of Israel, but Israel has made efforts to make it illegal to use the name of the Palestinian catastrophe called the Nakba, which was the result of the Israeli colonization and occupation of the space. This has been outlawed in textbooks and is one of the words that can be added to the lexicon of things that are illegal to be said. This includes also support for we had legal changes that make support for the nonviolent movement for boycott and divestment illegal as well. So we see, and there are efforts by Israel at the European legislative level, as well as the US legislative level, to connect, to expand the definition of anti-Semitism to include any language that is critical of Israel. So this also further suppresses freedom of speech and Palestinian dialogue and discourse about what's happening in the world, and has resulted in a lot of content takedowns, as well as legal strategies that are working to shrink both physical and online space for discourse and Palestinian mobilization, which often relies on conversations about the heritage. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alison. Well, this ends the round of presentations by the speakers, and we open now for an interaction among them. Anyone wants to ask questions or comments? You, sir, please.
Thank you, Carlos. Very good morning. I am ASM Bozlur Rahman, CEO of Bangladesh NGOs Network for Radio and Communication, and a Policy Research Fellow of Media, Information and Entertainment in the era of Fourth Industrial Revolution of Bangladesh IGF. I would like to share you regarding the technological challenge regarding the local language in dialect with local areas. We started our battle from couple of years ago regarding creating local content, disseminating local content, as well as preserving local content and utilizing the local content with their local dialect in Bangladesh. We found there are three challenges. One challenge is top-level domain, that is called TLD, in line with handling by the ICANN. Second one is root zone level generation rules, LGR. That one also handled by ICANN. Third one is that gentleman already speak regarding the universal code character set, that is Unicode. And then we started our policy advocacy with the ICANN for top-level domain in Bangla from 4th UNIGF from the Sharm el-Sheikh. And finally, now Bangladesh has enjoying .Bangla top-level domain after 5 to 6 years battle with the ICANN and as well as other authorities. Second challenge is I would like to share you regarding the engage and involve with a stakeholder including government with ICANN, new Brahmi generation panel, they call so-called NBGP in Bangla. As a result, concerned stakeholders, including government of Bangladesh, involved and negotiated for developing the root zone level generation rules, LGR in Bangla. That one also huge battle with the ICANN. And now Bangla language on the way to incorporate in top-level domain and cyberspace. I am sharing you, this is the mainstreaming language in Bangladesh. Bangladeshi people, most of the people, 99% people speak in Bangla, but what about the .Sakma, our tribal language, .Sakma, .Tripura? This is the completely missing from the digital cyberspace. So I would be very happy if our panel, if you negotiate with the ICANN and as well as Unicode, so that we can maybe achieve something with the experience from this battle. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiago? Tiago, I want to take advantage of your intervention to ask if you can comment on the following. The Ashanika, which you mentioned you are working with, the Ashanika have been cut by colonial powers, and they are in Peru and Brazil. When you work with Ashanika, you work with the Ashanika in Brazil or the Ashanika as a whole?
Thank you, Carlos. Yes, the Ashanika are the most organized group in Latin America. They are about 100,000 people living the border between Peru and Brazil. And we work with the Pilcha Association, which represents the whole Ashaninka people. So yes, we do work with the Ashaninka in Brazil, trying to connect them through the Andes to connect them with Peru, using technologies like mesh networks and digital radio to send photos, for example. This is a very new technology we are trying to improve with them, and it's very hard to reach internet there, but we are trying to provide them with a satellite connection and also radio, which is very useful for them because of orality. So there's plenty of spectrum available, and we are mixing different technologies, and as I showed you, also using very low-cost mobiles to record. And also, we are connected with Luandro, that Nick mentioned, and we are using Scuttlebutt also to provide them with cryptographed systems because they are really under threat. So have these cryptographed because they have already, some leaders have been killed during the last years because they are monitored. Their land is under threat. They are taking wood and mining and everything. And also, just to give it the last input on this, there's a lot of nomadic indigenous, non-contact indigenous groups in this area. So to create a communication belt in this area means also to protect the indigenous groups that do not want any contact with the white, because they do not want any contact with the white. And I would like to have this opportunity to address a few comments on the idea of producing multimedia content. As I see, the word I see is a word that is changing completely because of digitization. And currently we have more than 200 million streamings on the internet. One single app, Periscope, last year was able to enable people to produce a lot of streamings. And this is pushing the mobile industry to push forward the dynamic management of spectrum, which is also pushing forward the idea of migrating analog television to digital television to liberate spectrum. So there's an explosion of content production, which makes the very idea of professionalism and amateur very weak, this difference. Which also means that we have to address collective interest in licensing process. So I would like to oppose strongly the idea that copyright would protect these collective groups in producing their content, and address the idea that maybe flexible license, like Creative Commons or other license that can be created through this, by these collectives, would be important in terms of defending collective interest. We are talking about the right of accessing culture, the right of accessing education. And the digital world we live in, it has shown already that it's not only a matter of incentives. Copyright is a kind of obsolete tool to deal with the contemporary digital environment. And I understand the difficulties industry is facing, but it's not because of culture, it's because of technology. And if technology is changing, we should really pay attention of the impacts technology can bring to our collective living.
Thank you, Tiago. We have just a bit more than 8 minutes. Who should? Okay, you didn't speak yet, so.
Yes. So I think we really this morning we touched upon a number of very delicate policy questions. No? At least I see two main interests that are partially in tension among themselves. One is the preservation of local content and keeping it or making it available to the public. That's one clear interest we heard. But at the same time, also what Kemeny was mentioning and also Valencia referred to the need for safeguarding and protecting collective rights, or at least the interests of the communities that are creating those content. And I would like to share with you, with the panel, basically the experience that the World Intellectual Property Organization has in this field, where we have governments, NGOs coming over from all over the world for more than 20 years, coming to WIPO to see what to do with the protection of traditional knowledge and traditional cultural expressions. In fact, through a very delicate and complex negotiation, we came across partial solution. On the one hand, we offer technical assistance and training for the communities to be able to digitize and decide what to do with their content. We have a flagship program with the Maasai, with Mongolia, with Alaska, because the interest of the community is not always to make their content freely accessible online. It's often a different interest, is to preserve it, have it digitalized, but then decide who and when and what they can do with it. So I think, and on the policy level, countries of the world were not able to decide on ad hoc protection. And we can all agree that copyright perhaps is not the ideal system to protect traditional cultural expressions. That I think it's agreed. That's why there is a specific policy discussion to see how to protect traditional cultural expression in a specific way. And regarding alternative licensing, this is a very important point. I believe Creative Commons is a great solution. Open source software is a very successful solution in so many fields of the internet ecosystem. In fact, WIPO itself uses largely open source, and all the content we produce is released under Creative Commons. And Creative Commons exists and can thrive only because you have copyright rules. And Creative Commons is a way to exercise the rights that you get as a creator. So you create the work, and you decide that online it can be shared. The viral effect of open source, it works only because you have the exclusive rights. So you say, look, take my work, redo what you want, translate it. But if you want to distribute it, if you create a derivative work, then you should keep the same licensing condition that is free for all. Without copyright, that clause that impose recreators of it, derivatives work creators, cannot be enforced. So you run the risk without copyright of having big corporations come into communities, taking their work, and do whatever they want without any legal means to defend their interests. So I'm not advocating for more, I'm advocating for more efficient system. And you are raising a very important point, but it's extremely technical and it's not really black and white.
Okay, thanks. We have 4 minutes. Anyone wants to?
So we had Nico Pache, and then Carlos Baca, and Bertrand.
My God, okay.
Gentleman over there. You have to be very quick, because otherwise I'm afraid not everyone will have a chance. So I think we have, what I've seen, we've got Nico, we've got Carlos, we've got Bertrand wants to respond, and then I think you will have to be the last speaker. Anyone else who wants to contribute something? Let's see your hand now. No, okay, there you are, Carlos.
Nico, first. Yeah.
Hi.
Time is an independent variable, you know.
Good morning. My name is Nicolas Pache. I'm from the Association for Progressive Communications, and I'm really interested on the. It's interesting that the intellectual property is brought and that the industry is present, and I believe that for many years this discussion has been led by the industry, and we have it's a pity that most of the the oldest producers of content that have been the cultures that have been for centuries and centuries producing culture are not that represented here. They don't have bodies that allow them to be present, but maybe Carlos, I guess you wanted to share something like that, but we work together in Mexico with indigenous communities, and in many cases what the indigenous communities want is to be left alone, like to be led to do what they want to do in their own territory. So together with intellectual properties and the laws of market that we have to run this space that is competitive, we also need to put a limit on those. So communities that are not governed by the laws of market, that are governed in other means, can also explore their ways of sharing, growing their culture, without us having to impose our rules in their ways of doing things. So a human rights-based approach needs to be highlighted in the BPF as part of the process.
Thank you, Nico. Carlos, now?
Yeah, I want to say really what Nico said before, but I think it's important to think about the other another thing that Kemli says, that this is very important, the process in which the contents are creating, and how this process engage the community to make another things. No, this is very important. And in our experience, like Nico says, and another panelist talk about an experience like that. Not all the communities want to make connected to the internet and share the contents. A lot of communities want to get access to certain types of content that they selected, and this is important to make how they can achieve that. But I said in another panel on Monday that it is important to make the technologies adapt to the community's goals and how the community wants to do that. So the local content and the experience of local content is a lot of work about that in the history, at least in Latin America. That this is what I know. That it is very important to make sustainable process for that, and this is important to make policies, but also to attend how the economic sustainability is not only to make for money. It's not only money what is important. It's also important to think how the forms in the community can give sustainability for that.
Okay, and?
Petra, and then that gentleman.
Yeah, very
We
briefly,
have 25
Chairman.
seconds.
Yeah, very good. No, I think what internet and broadband internet in particular has done is it's completely exploded the content ecosystem, and mostly with virtuous potentialities, I think. It means that we have a lot of different stuff now that can travel and engage us in cultural conversations. So we think it would be a bit sterile to demonize one set of incentives like copyright in the name of certain other principles. The market is not in opposition to public interest necessarily. And we think that people should have the choice to professionalize what they do or to not professionalize what they do. And we think, Creative Commons is a very interesting model, amongst others. It's part of a rich system of licensing opportunities, which gives a choice for people to monetize or not monetize, to reserve or not reserve certain rights. And that freedom to us is essential. It would be perhaps insulting to suggest that there is no space for different configurations in what's going on at the moment.
Hi there. Nils Rock speaking. Just a quick comment. Something that I found striking is this difference between the preservation or the strengthening of heritage culture. And I think this is something that we should keep on discussing, because it's creating very different agencies. If you talk about preserving something, you're introducing an authority and you're putting under class a living culture somehow. So we should be aware that we are living in a world where the actual capitalist drive is all about collecting stuff as well. So I think it's important to see cultures as living expressions and ecosystems. So preserving them is part of a more complex approach, and that should be part of future discussions as well. Thank you.
Okay, we have to finish. I would just mention that we have our outcome document.
I have a remote participant as well.
Oh, sorry.
In fact, I can do that both. Sorry to do this, but we have one remote participant. She also contributed, Deirdre Williams from the Caribbean. And her point is just that we mustn't forget ephemera and the importance of preservation of ephemera as an important component of preserving heritage. And she mentioned the example of an initiative in Northern Ireland, which is collecting leaflets from the period of the Troubles. I know that in South Africa we have a collection that has material, posters and other audio and songs from the struggle against apartheid. So thanks to Dee for that. And then, as Carlos just said, the report is not finished yet. The IGF gives us, and you are all part of this community now, the Best Practice Forum community, we have another few days to finish our report. So please, if you are not on the mailing list, you can write to me. The email address is on the website.
And you can get into the mailing list as well.
And you can join the mailing list. And what I'd like you to perhaps say is not just contribute to this year's report, but make suggestions for next year. And maybe this issue of copyright, maybe that is something that we can investigate in more depth, the disadvantages, what works, what doesn't work, how to create new forms, and how to prevent existing forms from being a barrier. So, but if you have suggestions of work for next year, particularly work that you can contribute to, then let us know. We'd like to start the work next year. Should we continue working on local content? So if we're going to continue, we should start early in the year, not late in the year. So thanks a lot.
We count on you. Okay, thank you very much, everyone.
We're passing around a piece of paper with email addresses, just because I suspect you are not all going to sign up to the mailing list. But please do. But if you want, leave your email address, and then that way I can follow up with you.
Good. I have to tell you that it has been a privilege to have Henriette with us, and the new MAG chair. No?
Yes,
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this session of Best Practice Forum on IoT, Big Data and Artificial Intelligence. My name is Concettina Cassa. I am BPF co-facilitator together with Alex Cominos and Michael Nexon. And we are also Wim de Gezzella, that is a BPF consultant of IGF Secretariat. I want just to share a few information about the structure of the session. We have a welcome introduction session, and then we will have 3 more sections where we will discuss some opportunities that IoT, big data, and artificial intelligence can address to societal challenges. And then we will have another section on policy challenges that will be moderated by Alex Cominos. Then I now give the floor to Wim de Gezzella from it's BPF Consulting of IGF Secretariat. He will give us more information about the best practice forum. Okay.
Good morning. Thank you, Titi, for the introduction. And hi all. I'm, like Titi mentioned, Wim de Gezzella. I'm consultant for this best practice forum. I will give a very brief introduction, and I would like to focus on the simple question: what makes this session different than the other sessions around and on the agenda this week? And why is it called a best practice forum? It is one of 4 best practice forums, which are part of a kind of intersessional program by the IGF and organized by the MAG. What does this mean? It means that the MAG early on in this year, probably February, March, picked out 3 or 4 teams and said, we see that there's really a lot going on, a lot of discussion, and a lot of best practices are happening in different fields with different stakeholders. So it would be good to just focus on what's going on, what are the policy challenges, and what is going on in different fields around best practices. So that's also why there is a MAG member, which is Titi, leading the team, and then supported by co-coordinators. One is Alex, and the other one is Mike Nelson. He could not be here today, but so he is following remotely, and I'm sure that later on you will hear his voice. So specific for the best practice forum is also they start working during the year, trying to come up with some, trying to define the issues that are that should be looked at. Then produce a draft document. You might have seen it or not have seen it, that there is some draft report online that focused on challenges, opportunities, and best practices. And also, this discussion today should be seen rather as part of that process of bringing people together to focus on best practices and to focus on exchanging experiences rather than other panels or other workshops that are more a panel discussion, informing and getting feedback. So it's very important. Examples and remarks that are given today will be in the report, and we will also do our best to let it feed into a final output document that will be published well, in a couple of weeks after the IGF. So that's also, I think, why today you will see this, and I think we see this very much as a discussion, a roundtable discussion, and not as a really workshop. So that also means I'm looking forward to have all the panelists being active, involved in the discussion. But I think, and I can speak for the coordinators, we are looking equally or even more forward to input and ideas, thoughts from the audience. That was the brief introduction. Then I give it back to Titi.
Yes, I will, thanks Wim, I will moderate just a moment, the section related to the opportunities. Okay, so this session will try to debate how the three technologies, Internet of Things, big data, and artificial intelligence can address societal challenges that otherwise would be more difficult to address. So we want to share your views, your best practice, your user case on which application can combine IoT, big data, and artificial intelligence to help solving a problem that excites you most. This is a question that came from the survey, but we want to share, we want to debate to you user case, best practice, your view on how do you think these three technologies can help to address more societal challenges. And we have several speakers here. Maybe we can start with David from Mozambique to share your views about this opportunity. You can just introduce yourself and then share with the community your views. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Good morning. I am Salomon David. I am from Mozambique. I work for the Communications Regulatory Authority of Mozambique. We regulate the postal and telecommunications sector. I am a researcher, and it's not common on a regulator to be hiring researchers from the university, but this is the case now. Things are changing at a very rapid and fast pace, so we have to not only adapt, but also start doing R&D to be able to regulate the telecommunication and postal sector. Although the postal doesn't move at a very rapid pace compared to the telecommunication sector, we have been doing research in IoT, big data, and especially in AI and machine learning. One of the biggest problems that we have are natural disasters. They are very common in Mozambique. Every single year, at least for the months of February to March, we have 1 or 2 cyclones. Last year, we lost 2 big cities, the second largest city, the third largest city, we lost during two cyclones. And we know that problem is cyclical. It always will happen. And we are trying to get ready using, different ways and different technologies. One of them is IoT and big data. We are trying to combine both of them to be able to first gather data about everything which is happening around the country, not only through satellites, but through IoT, putting buoys on the sea, putting drifters on the sea to understand how the current moves, how the weather is behaving. We're also putting stations around the country to be able to understand what is the exact temperature in one specific place in real time, because it's really difficult to acquire all of this information, store in a database, and be able to analyze what are different patterns and changes that happen, currently. So with all of this data, at some point you think that you can analyze it quick and give you actually information about what's going on. But then we realize that we will get lots and lots of data that we have to start looking at big data and different patterns to analyze this big data. That's where the challenge comes. Data that you harness from IoT when you store in a system, it is a lot of information. It is a lot of patterns. If you're measuring temperature, air pressure, air quality, and all of these things at the same time, you get like tons and tons of data that you don't know what to do. So we are trying to find ways to analyze data from IoT, which is not being easy because there is not a straight pattern on how to do it. But after we have learned from the data, then we try to understand what we're going to do with it. If a disaster happens, what do we do with all the information that we have? It's not only the data from the environment, but also we working on telecommunication sector. We have lots and lots of data that from people, from customers, from subscribers. Ethics, I would say, which is not good. Ethics were put aside during these 2 cyclones, because when you have got tons and tons of data of CDRs from people and you need to understand where are they located, before the disaster and after the disaster, and to be able to send disaster relief, we had to leave the ethics aside and just trying to pinpoint where each and every device was before the disaster. So that's how we use big data now. Although we saw that you are trying to locate somebody because of a disaster, then you realize that the solution that you have developed is actually very, very dangerous, because you can actually be able to understand where somebody was or where somebody is at any given time without needing to speak with a mobile operator. So today we can do that during disasters, but we understood that in the future we need to work in some serious regulation to avoid people to misuse such a tool. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Before to go to the next speaker, I want to introduce also June Paris. June Paris, it is our online moderators, and Marco Zennaro, that is our rapporteur. So then I can give the floor to Christine. So introduce yourself just a little. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, and I'm very pleased here to be sharing this floor with all the distinguished experts and also friends and fellow stakeholders of UN who are concerned about this topic. Firstly, introduce myself. I'm from FIoT Open Lab, and I take care of business development, specifically strategy, and also building up an international ecosystem. So what does this mean actually for us at FIoT? We are a non-profit platform that's invested by a local research institute as well as the government. And we are a neutral party, and we tried to do our best to help this IoT, AI technology development, to promote these technologies in our community, and as well as set some industry standards to help, because what we see is that IoT applications are very diversified and even fragmented today. So regarding this topic, I think there are many important things that I think David also mentioned, such as helping to do this management of natural disasters, etc. So I bring maybe some examples that FIoT Lab we have been involved in to help rejuvenate local rural villages that we see in the Fujian province, which is the southern part of China. So I think why we want to do this rejuvenation of these rural villages is actually probably the first two SDGs, okay? No poverty, no hunger. This is very difficult, clearly, because it's a global issue. We need many efforts from multi-stakeholders to make this happen. But we believe at FIoT, we take one step at a time, whether it's just promoting a small part of a technological advancement or helping to these IoT, AI, and big data technologies. We help to make it into a standardized model at a demo site, which we then can implement and help roll out across to other provinces and cities in China. So that's what we are doing. So I think something related to also what David said just now, in this Fujian province, also we experienced hurricane season, lots of flooding. And in this Lising village, which also I think we will see mentioned in the BPF white paper, we have managed to use IoT sensors and also this to collect data. So we want to collect the data in case of when the water levels are increasing. We can have early trigger alarm to say that perhaps this region is going to experience flooding. So then, we can trigger the emergency teams to help the evacuation earlier, because a lot of these areas are very rural. They're very far away. So maybe by the time they get news, it's too late. So we want to have this news early. And so we have to use a lot of AI and also algorithms to do this early detection. The second model that I want to also share today with all of us is this. We have a site also in Wuyi Mountains. It's a very scenic area. I highly encourage to visit if you can. We have a lot of land that are actually abandoned. It used to be very popular for planting certain crops, but later I think it's abandoned because I think the younger generation, they go to the village, they go out from the village into the cities for better employment opportunities. So how do we help to turn this land into future sustainable use, or even to help the existing farmers in the place to continue, whether it's to create jobs for them or to help with them to create a revenue and livelihood in this area. So we actually have, again, using very simplistic IoT sensors to help this, checking to make sure that we can turn these wasteland into fisheries. Again, this is very special because I think the local Chinese culture, not only, they're no longer just hungry, they want to eat fresh fish. So there's a huge demand for fresh fish, and clearly the population is so big. So how we try to use very simplistic IoT technology and also IT-related techniques to help them make better farming practice for fisheries. And we also help them to have remote monitoring so that the experts in the cities, who are the fish experts, can help to inform and tell these farmers, what to do, what's the best practice for fishing, and if there's any disease outbreak, how to manage them. So I just share these very simple examples, and I think I leave the floor to other experts. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. I'll give the floor to Raymond. Can you just introduce yourself?
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for having me. My name is Raymond Onoa. I am a research consultant with the regional think tank for the Global South, Research ICT Africa, and in the past year, within the the regional academic network on IT policy, we've been focusing on developing policies, digital policies with regards to artificial intelligence and other emerging innovative technologies across the region as they gradually begin to take hold across the continent. And in the last year, I particularly have focused on the issues surrounding data protection and privacy protection with regards to harmonizing these policies and having a more critical front in dealing with some of the emerging risks and challenges that these technologies will pose. Why the convergence of AI, IoT, and big data has not gained much traction across the continent? There have been some few snippets and critical intervention points that they have provided in the region. As we know, the digital revolution that these technologies bring has been promoted as arguably the greatest enabler for sustainable development by pooling of data, making real-time information available in critical times. The convergence of these technologies can assist in critical areas such as health, agriculture, and environment, not just enabling technical scientists, but also policymakers to better understand these issues and design policies and finding new ways to make progress on the various dimensions of the SDGs, not just making progress, but to have data to be able to analyze them, to understand how much progress is being made in what area, and who has been covered and who is left out or included or excluded in that development. Just focusing on the SDG 3 with regards to good health and well-being. I'd just like to paint a small story of the critical intervention point with regards to the convergence of these technologies that it has played within the developing economy space. And that is with regards to the Ebola outbreak in West Africa around the late 2013. So I'll just say a short story about that, just to paint that picture. So when this outbreak hit West Africa in the late 2013, the world was literally caught unprepared. So the consequence was that there were over 30,000 cases that led to approximately 11,000 people being dead, and a lot of billions of dollars were lost across the global ecosystem. And so information was very critical to the fight against this scourge, both for the respondents and also was needed for timely data about the disease's spread and for the communities who needed access to information with which they could protect themselves and their loved ones. But as we knew it then, and clearly the technical, the institutional, and the human systems required to rapidly gather, transmit, analyze, use, and share Ebola-related data were not sophisticated or robust enough to support the response in a timely manner. Real-time data, as I said, is very critical in trying to fight some of these challenges when they happen in society. There were unexplained peaks and valleys in Ebola case counts and dramatically differing forecasts of the disease's potential spread. And these complicated relief efforts and raised important questions about why it was so difficult to track the disease. Although digitized data and information flows did not constitute the norm, especially within the region, they did contribute meaningfully to the Ebola outbreak response in specific instances and introduced both quantitative and qualitative differences in data and information flows in the response when used for real-time data and information exchange between the central ministries of health and the frontline health workers. A critical intervention that was developed at that point in Liberia was the deployment of the mobile phone-based communication system that was called mHero. This was launched by the National Health Ministry there in consortium with partners that included UNICEF, IntraHealth, and K4 Health. This enabled real-time connection between the central ministry staff and the frontline health workers. And the two-way real-time information exchanges between these, using basically the mobile phones. Like we know across the developing countries, the key connectivity platform is the mobile phone, and this helped the workers and the interventionists to correlate and gather information in real time about the scourge, and the platform allowed them to receive critical information in real time and helped to a very great extent in fighting the Ebola scourge. So this is a critical example of how, even though the convergence of these technologies have not gained so much foothold in the developing world, but they are already solving challenges, especially with regards to health and well-being. Thank you.
Thanks, Raymond, for your contribution. Then I will give the floor to Olivier Bringer from the European Commission.
Thank you, Titi. Olivier Bringer from the European Commission. I'm working in the digital department of the European Commission called DG Connect, and I'm in charge of internet governance policy and also investment in internet technologies. So first, before replying to your question, Titi, I would like to say that we really support the process of organizing these best practice fora. The idea to have intersessional work, to discuss with the community and to come to some sort of concrete output is very, very good, I think, for the way the internet governance works. Having said that, on the point of how IoT, big data, AI address societal challenges, I would like to make a first remark, which is that these three components are really the key pillars of the digital transformation. If you think about the digital transformation of healthcare, if you think about the digital transformation of the mobility sector, what are the key elements of that? It is IoT, it is sensors, it is connected objects, it is the data which is shared between those sensors, between people and between machines which are able to process and make sense out of the data, and increasingly it will be artificial intelligence. So we invest, of course, a lot into these domains, both on the what I would call the policy and regulatory side, and we'll certainly come back to the For example, the framework we have put in place around data protection, or what we have done around the free flow of data, and several other regulatory initiatives. But we also invest a lot in those technologies under our current research and innovation program, and even more under the next budget of the European Union. So I would like to, so there would be hundreds of examples. I will take only one, which is called the IoT large-scale pilots, which are pilots, as the name says, where we test these technologies in specific use cases. So there are a number of use cases we have chosen. One is, for example, agriculture. Another one is active and healthy aging. So how to allow, with sensors in a house, with connectivity, to support elderly people to stay at home. One on smart cities, and of course there are a lot of connected objects which can help make the city more livable for the citizens. E-health is also one area, and transport. And what is interesting with these large-scale pilots is that it allows to test technologies of different levels of maturity, further develop the technologies, but also have link it to the use cases, link it to how the technology can be used and provide benefit to the people in the different sustainability areas. And it allows also to discuss and raise questions about what should be the framework for these technologies to be properly implemented. So it raises issues around how do we manage the data. I found it very interesting, for example, the first example of David. There is a disaster. How do we manage personal data? How do we use geolocation data in exceptional circumstances? And in the future, how do we use them in normal circumstances? So when you implement the technologies, you ask yourself these questions, and that will feed into the policy-making process. So I think that's why this type of large-scale pilots are interesting. And then another point which also I find interesting is a new area of reflection, which is called collective intelligence. So we are, with social networks, with the mobile phone that we have in our pocket, we have a huge connectivity among people, and people are intelligent. They have views, they have access to knowledge, and they are willing to share it. We have sensors with us in our mobile phones, in our houses, which provides useful information. So how can we use all this useful information to improve the way, for example, cities are working, to improve public transportation in a city? To improve healthcare, for example. And this is an area where we will, so we are starting to think how we could invest in, and we will invest certainly in our next work programs in research and innovation, see how we can exploit this collective intelligence to serve sustainability challenges. Thanks.
Then I will give the floor to Evelyn.
Okay, thank you very much. And hello to everybody. Thank you for having me here. So I'm a senior researcher at the Institute of Social Ethics at the University of Lucerne, Switzerland, where I'm writing my habilitation in German, on the risks and opportunities of technology on peace and conflict. So my background is both in peace and conflict research, but also ethics and human rights. And I'm also affiliated as a research associate at the Center for Technology and Global Affairs at the University of Oxford, where I'm coordinating a new program called Global Peace Tech, which is very similar as my own research at the University of Lucerne. Basically, also in a way similar, as Olivier said, trying to launch different pilot projects in a sense, which examine specifically not only the risks that new technologies pose to peace and war, but also the trying to leverage the opportunities. And these are very diverse. I mean, these can be very diverse, so to say. So this is like kind of a network which assembles different researchers from different fields. Some of them, they're like addressing the more kind of direct causes of war, means like direct violence. Others are more in the socioeconomic area or in the cultural area as well. So because like when we think about peace or violence, it's like peace is not only security, but it's a bit broader also with socioeconomic and development issues and so on. So like the examples that I was thinking of, well, one was actually in the field of humanitarian aid and conflict crises, but we already heard quite a lot in that domain. So I'm gonna think of two other examples, which, I mean, when we think about best practices, maybe just as a side comment, I think it's important first to think about what technology does in a way. And I think there are two big things, or two big opportunities that technology present. One is that it simply like makes already existing solutions in a way more efficient and more effective, means it reduces the frictions, the transactions costs. So we can do things that we have been doing so far, like crisis response, more efficiently and effectively. On the other hand, however, I think it's also interesting to see that technology really changes the allocation of effective power. With that I mean like social power, economic power, political power. So this, on the one hand, might be a risk because it concentrates power even more in the hands of a few, but it's also a huge opportunity to actually use this disruptive force of technology to empower people that have not had that much power in the past. And there I can give the example of an initiative at Oxford, which is called Global Women's Narratives Project. And so what is being done there is that the narratives of women living in conflict zones are collected. And that is a lot of data. I mean, different countries, different narratives. So what we are thinking right now is to connect it to that Global Peace Tech project to make it searchable with AI and actually to be able to search for certain patterns in that database. And I think that's interesting because it gives a voice to women in conflict regions that are often just portrayed as the victims of wars, but it makes them like more active advocates for peace because they're getting their voice heard. And it would also allow, like, if you think of what kind of patterns could you actually search. Something which I always find very kind of sad is that we tend to look at the bad examples, especially when it's about peace and war, like what has gone wrong, like all the differences of ethnic and religious origin and why people fight with each other. But I think it's important to look, same as with the best practice forum, on good examples as well. And then you could search, or that is a bit the plan, for like patterns of what do we actually share? Like what do these women share across religious or ethnic or rural, urban, like different cleavages that exist in society? What do they share? And if you could get like the message across that no matter actually like on which part you live in a way, like your life world is quite similar, I think that would be a pretty strong message that you could build on. So like creating the right mindset for peace in a way. And then, yeah, I mean, that is the basic exam. Maybe I can just like give a short idea, which is not done yet, but I think it would be a really huge and nice opportunity. Is like in the past I've done field research in Ethiopia on water politics. And I remember that like this kind of conflict setting is very challenging with Egypt and Sudan and Ethiopia, and who gets like how much water for what purpose. I think it would be great to look into that, what AI can do to that, because you have like different kind of usages, like you have drinking water. Ethiopia is like into electricity production, Sudan is into agriculture, Egypt is into tourism. And it's very conflictive who gets how much water, and at the same time it's very dependent on weather conditions and seasons, like if the agriculture needs the water, it needs it in a way. So like just to kind of And because, of course, like everybody always would claim that we have the right solution and we have the priority. And if you have like a more kind of neutral maybe system, I'm not sure if it's neutral, but if the trust would be there, that AI system would be working well, I think it would be really kind of a good example of where these new digital technologies can also help to prevent future conflicts.
Okay, thank you, Evelyn. The turn of Emanuela Girardi. Emanuela, do you want to introduce yourself a little bit?
Yes, sure. Hi, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. And I'm Emanuela Girardi. I'm from Italy. I'm part of the AI expert team of the Minister of Economic Development in Italy, who designed the Italian national AI strategy, which hopefully will be soon released because it's there, but they haven't published it. And I founded an association called POP AI, Popular Artificial Intelligence, to bring artificial intelligence to people, because artificial intelligence, it's really like a game changer, like everybody says. It's really disruptive. But people, I mean, they really don't know exactly what AI is, even if they are using it every day, from Google Map to Netflix to Spotify and all the application. And I think that to be able to exploit the huge benefit and the opportunities of AI, we really need to explain to people what AI is, which are the benefits, and which are the risks as well that AI, I mean, is embedded inside it. Referring to the best practice, I mean, you already mentioned lots of things, so I think that a couple of interesting things are still in the, to me, I mean, the main probably opportunities are in the health system, like Olivier already said, and also Raymond and they mentioned it. I think that one thing that is very interesting is in the drug discovery process that AI could bring huge benefits. I mean, not only because it reduces a lot the time to market. I mean, I'm analyzing this huge amount of data, and with AI algorithm, machine learning, neural network, so it can reduce the time to market of new medicine and new therapy. And I think that the best thing is that, I mean, it can reduce the cost as well. And this probably will make new therapy and new medicine available to more people around the world. So also in Africa and in other countries where probably it's more difficult to access to new therapy, and it's very, it's very expensive. Like probably also the Ebola. I mean, it was very expensive to bring it to the vaccination to everybody. So this is one opportunity. And the other one, I think that it can help us a lot in increasing accessibility and inclusiveness for people with disabilities. And this is, I think it's something very, very important, because I recently read research that said that there is 70% of people that are kind of suffering a sort of disability, which can be temporary. Like if I break a leg, I have a mobility disability, a temporary mobility disability. And in this sense, so everybody can experience it, I mean, from very severe one to, I mean, very like temporary or not severe ones. And I think that there are some areas of artificial intelligence that can be very, very useful. For instance, I mean, we don't have to think about self-driving cars, which will probably come in a while. So will help a lot people with physical disability to increase mobility. But also, if we think about people with visual or hearing or cognitive impairments or disabilities, and we think about the AI technology, like voice recognition, for instance, I mean, we can help these people, and I think that this is what is really important for these kind of technologies, that they can help amplify human capabilities. And this is really, I mean, probably to me is one of the best things that AI can do, really. And if we think, for instance, about some app that can transform the environment for a person who cannot see in a kind of a auditory experience. And this is really something that can, I mean, you can make somebody listen who cannot hear, or see that who cannot see. And this is something really, really important. So I think that this thing that AI can really amplify human capabilities is one of the best practices that we can use. Thank you. After.
So thanks a lot, Emanuela. And then I will give the floor to Bruna. Thanks, Bruna.
Thank you very much. My name is Bruna Santos, and I am the advocacy strategist for coding rights. We are mostly a Brazilian NGO that has been working on the field of feminism and data protection and the intersectionality between those subjects. Back in Brazil, I guess I'm just going to start like doing this life kind of setting the scene for Brazil, because I think it's important to mention that we don't have a national AI strategy so far, and we just approved our data protection bill. So we're kind of still at this very exploratory situation. But yeah, not going on to the pessimistic kind of approach to those things as well, but then I'm going to mention one very good example that we have back there. It's called Serenato de Amor, which is pretty much Love Serenades, the project, which was a way for us to have more space. And after the approval of our Access to Information Bill, was a way of showcasing and disclosing some of the suspicious buys or the suspicious things our representatives would do. So in every single case that this AI would assess the expenses of the representatives, which is called Rosie, the robot. And then whenever Rosie sees a suspicious kind of expense, she just tweets about. And so far, Rosie has managed to get reimbursement for expenses with alcohol and expenses with parties, and even like cases in which Brazilian representatives were drinking in Las Vegas. So this would be one very interesting approach so far, and one very like kind of my friends. And then this is one project that I'm really proud of. Important to mention that Rosie was inspired in the Toblerone affair. So Swedish politician was pushed to resign after being caught paying for simple Toblerone chocolate with public money. So that was kind of the inspiration for Rosie. And then thinking about a second project and thinking about a slightly more sad but also really good important initiative was a project called Burming D. Burming D is a Brazilian startup that back at the beginning of the year, maybe last year, when the whole Brumadinho disaster went on, he was trying to locate trying to cross the cell phone signs from the victims and trying to locate them. So whenever the disaster happened, a lot of startups, they went up together to the region in trying to locate the victims and to better assess how the situation was. And I guess I can stop around here and then we can move on.
And then we can go to the next section that actually is on policy challenges, should be moderated by Alex. I will start. I don't know what you suggest because Alex had a problem. She went away. I can start, and then he will come. So we actually have 3 policy sections that we have identified inside. Oh, Alex is coming. Okay. Okay. So we're just starting. Explain the policy challenges section.
Okay.
Okay. So you can go.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Should I read from the report or go straight to the panelists? We go straight to the panelists. Yeah. Okay, hi. I'm Alex Komninos. I'm a coordinator for the BPF, and there's a number of policy challenges that arise from AI. I think the big data and Internet of Things, and I think the list is increasing as we speak in terms of the policy research and the policy making, but we've managed to split it up into themes regarding, we managed to split it up into themes in the best practice forum, and our policy challenges relate to use and uptake. So in order to have AI be beneficial for the economy, society, and in our personal lives as computing users, we do have to promote use and uptake of AI that involves stimulus economically and in society as well. And then the big issue is trust. So trust needs to be built by the applications, by developers, by society, and users also need to trust AI. So I think there's 2 elements to that. Is making sure that the AI is beneficial, but the second element is also obviously an educative element. If there's misconceptions about what AI is, and if, for example, data protection, if you're not informed about what's happening with your data, you can trust AI, big data, and IoT for no good reason. But if you don't know why you can trust it, then you can also distrust it for no good reason. And then the last is data-related challenges. So IoT creates data, AI needs big data. We need data sets to work with, data sets that are useful. So there's questions about the generation of data sets, the sharing of data sets, but also about the custodianship of data. So if I could move to the panelists to identify policy challenges and examples from their regions, countries, or personal experience.
Okay, do you want to hold the same round? Do you want to start with David?
Yeah, we can do the same round. Okay. Thank you. I would say that in Mozambique we have started drafting the data privacy law for the telecommunications sector due to what we have experienced in the past. But we are part from the government, which it's not the government, but it's part of the government, which is a bit complicated nowadays to be a regulator, because you not only defend the interest of the government, which may change, but you also defend the interest of the society at the same time. So we take a more cooperative approach when we are trying to do, or when we are doing regulations and laws, such that we have, in most of the laws that we are producing and the regulations, the EV participation of the civil society, because that's the only one way you can have a win-win situation. I mean, when you approve that document, everyone is well aligned with what you have approved. So for the data protection law, for example, I mean, there is a large concern from the public about illiteracy. I mean, if even in countries with high level of literacy, the small letters in the contract, people just look at them and sign. Imagine in our context. I mean, people start getting concerned about who's gonna have access to my data, how they're gonna be handling my data. If this won't gonna be used against me, can at any point I opt out? How this whole process will be done? So even to create a platform for that also means that there will be more of your data about where you opt in, where you didn't opt in. For example, the banking sector, they want to have access to, for example, the location of your mobile phone. If you're doing a transaction online from Barbados, for example, they want to know if you are actually in Barbados. They want to go to the telecommunication infrastructure, know the location of your phone or the last location of your phone, and decide, was it him or not him? If the phone is in Mozambique and your card is being transacted in Barbados, they'll just send you a message. That's how they do normally. But because of frauds, they want to be a little bit more sure so that they don't have the customer coming and complaining. So, they want to have access to that information without having specific regulation for it. But, it's to protect the customer, but at the end of the time, the customer doesn't want to give that information. They don't know how you're going to be using it. So it becomes a roller coaster of discussions about several things, and specific things about AI is that the regulator have created a small AI just to analyze bonus promotions in the telecommunications sector. And then we allow the AI to send messages to some specific phone numbers that we have contacted them, tell them that they'll be addressed by an SMS, which is created by an AI, telling them what is the best package and bonus or promotion that they have to adopt from each and every operator. You have to see that 40% of the people who receive the SMS, by the moment they receive the SMS having a specific promotion or bonus from any operator, just go straight on and buy it. They don't even analyze it. And we realized that the AI is good at looking at how much you spend at the end of the month on your phone, trying to see what is the best package that you can actually use in the market. And they are like very quick at deciding, and then of course we put somebody to verify before it sends the message. But it brings several changes to the market that perhaps even to regulate them, we need to think before doing the regulations. Like, even if we do understand how the technology works, how the AI works, if we over-regulate, the market won't be able to grow. If we do not regulate, I mean, it'll become a mess, and then we will have to become reactive just to pass bills just to solve specific problems. So we took a step back and look at where we want to be in the next 10 years when it comes to big data, AI, and IoT. I mean, IoT generates a lot of data, but what people don't understand is like radio communication, what decides how IoT gonna be in the next 10 or 15 years. The World Cup of radio communications is known as the WRC. It's not the World Cup of soccer. It's the World Cup of IoT. That's where all the decisions are being taken. I will give you an example. There is a frequency band called 868 where LoRa actually happens to be used. In that, it says that each device can only transmit 1% of the time, meaning you cannot be transmitting all day. No, you have to transmit only 1% of the time. But for me, which I don't have a very big city or dense cities with so many devices, 1% doesn't make any sense. I cannot track a bus with 1%. I'll have to spend a lot of money to track the location of a bus and give information to somebody how many minutes the bus is far away from you. That doesn't make any sense for me. For my rural areas where there is nothing in there transmitting, 1% is zero. I don't need that. I need more than that. So we are trying to change that piece of regulation, not in Mozambique. We need to change it outside because we are from region 1. So it means we have to discuss all of this with Europe and other African countries. We cannot just on a whim decide that we don't want 1%. We want, calculations told us that 70 to 20% is really good for our region. But you see, you cannot just on a whim decide how to change things, because whatever you change when it comes to regulation not only changes your market, but also influence how you operate on a region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's an interesting perspective on the challenges of regulation, so that's a good introduction. In terms of the three themes, maybe we can go to Christine Tao next, and we can discuss use and uptake of IoT, big data, Internet of Things. What policy challenges are there in terms of use and uptake? What works? What needs to be regulated? What perhaps doesn't?
Okay, first I'd like to mention that I'm not a policy expert. I'm from technical background, and specifically working as an engineer previously, but now obviously going to the dark side of business development. I think that maybe we backtrack a little bit on the topic of distrust or fear. And it's something which I've read, which is that usually we fear or distrust something we don't understand. So with this, I think there are many ways that we can try to promote or help in policy challenges. Firstly, what I've seen because of my nature of my work, working with governments, not only just in China, but across the world also, is that sometimes during implementation, they don't understand the end user needs that very clearly. Either that, or they don't understand very specific problems related to the technology very deeply. And so it is also, I note with interest that actually the company I'm with now, FIoT Open Lab, we are actually, if you will, an experiment. We are an experiment into a new type of business model, a new type of collaboration model. Specifically, our investors, our shareholders are from the local research institute, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and also the local government. So with these two shareholders, we can then become a very neutral party. So when we try to promote certain industry standards, when we try to do things for the AI, IoT, and big data community, we make representations from a very either technical and neutral sort of perspective. So in the past, when we first started our organization, there were many companies who tried to say, oh, this is a good idea. We like a platform that's promoting technology and specifically, very close position, very close to the end user application. We like this. But we actually rejected a lot of these companies because we want to very specifically maintain our neutral party position. So then with this neutral party position, we have actually moved on to help promote and or sometimes pioneer some industry standards, more specifically for IoT, and now moving also towards AIoT. So we participate in a lot of industry alliances and also forums like this. And then we very closely collect all these ideas. And we also bring them back to our shareholders, local governments, and also research institute to help progress and move these difficulties that the end users actually meet during trying to roll out technology. And then we tell it to the government. We said, okay, these are the problems that the industry is facing. What policies can you introduce to help either reduce the technical barrier or to help have some, tax policies to promote the growth of these startups or companies. So this is the work I've done from this FIoT Open Lab side. And then something which is also a little bit more personal to my heart is I'm also the adjunct professor for science education at the Fujian Normal University. I think science and technology does not need to be very complicated. We should demystify it and explain it very simply to everyone, not just future our K-12 STEAM kids, but also I think to community at large. I think when AI was first introduced, I think it became very quickly the panacea for all problems of the world. But we know that is not true. And AI, a lot of training and machine learning, which is really the hard work goes into it before you can get really robust algorithms and models. But I think a lot of lay people, such as my grandparents, my parents, they don't know that. And so a lot of people have certain illusions that, oh, the AI is this solution for everything, but it is not. And I think science outreach to our community can also help to reduce any misconception and promote better understanding, which I think is the first step towards any good policy making, towards mutual trust. And yeah, that's my sharing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I think we'll have Raymond Onua from the Regional Academic Network on IT Policy. And Raymond, if you could still speak to uptake and usage.
Okay. With regards to stimulating uptake and usage of IoT, big data and AI applications, speaking from a developing economy perspective with a focus on Africa, it's not just important. Before we begin to latch onto the euphoria of technological innovation and the digital revolution, we need to begin to look at the basic analog foundations that are critical to serve as the platform that can help the region harness the potentials of these innovative technologies, without which we risk amplifying the structural inequalities that already exist in society between the technology haves and those that do not have. And so for us, especially in the African region, on the demand side, more critical, what is most important is to deal with the challenge of digital literacy, because people can not use what they don't understand, no matter how beautiful no matter how beautiful the opportunities look. If they don't understand it, then they can use it. So there have been persistent low digital literacy rates across Africa, particularly in the rural areas, while Africa must seem to be a very young population across the region. In the rural areas, you have a larger proportion of older people who are not digital natives, who are less technologically adept than the younger ones and the urban population. So knowledge and ICT skill development will play an important role in understanding these digital services, even when provided in the right language. So we need to improve digital literacy skills through training, integrating digital literacy in curriculums, digital hubs, and information centers, which will be critical for establishing and enabling digital environment where there will be an inclusive uptake and usage of these technologies. On the supply side, critical from my own perspective, is to enhance technology supporting infrastructure, especially with regards to access, not just access, but also affordability, which is a critical component to enabling beneficial access. So internet adoption based on rare access surveys, and also by those done by the GSMA, still puts internet penetration across the region at about 24%. So the region accounts for 40% of global population not covered by mobile broadband network, according to the Connectivity Index of 2019. Even in areas where there are connectivity, the cost of equipment and affordability of services remain a huge barrier to technology adoption, with a price to monthly GDP ratio of close to 7%, in contrast to a global affordability threshold of 2%, which is a sustainable level. But in contrast to that, the region is operating at close to 7%, which is highly unsustainable. And so there is the need for investment in connectivity infrastructure from development, which is inextricable from the development of the convergence of these technologies, to provide access to robust, ubiquitous, and affordable broadband infrastructure, which will be a prerequisite for their development and uptake. While in recent years, African countries have made some improvement in the quantity and quality of the telecoms infrastructure, Sub-Saharan Africa still has more to do with regards to adequate and affordable connectivity to put these infrastructures in place. Without these foundations, the potential benefits of these technologies will be limited to and enjoyed by only a privileged few. And on the government side, the most important are not just looking at private-public partnerships with regards to investment, but I think the most critical thing is to improve ecosystem trust within the technology environment for the government side. Globally, regulators and policymakers are debating what data tech firms should be able to collect and store, the purposes for which they should be able to use that data, the degree of transparency they should provide about what they do with it, the information they should provide the customers on the risk of this data, and even the responsibility of educating customers. And so what is critical in improving this ecosystem trust? We need robust regulatory environments with regards to data privacy and security frameworks that individuals can trust, and empowers them to use AI-based solutions that require their data to work. Furthermore, there are important developments globally on antitrust policy and regulation as governments look into these areas to find ways to curb the concentration of data ownership. These are critical imperatives if we are to drive the usage, the uptake of the convergence of these technologies, especially across the Africa region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raymond. We have Mike Nelson, another co-facilitator. I think he'll introduce himself. He wants to make a comment. I think you'll hear him, but you might not see him. He's looking pretty dapper as thumbnail.
I'm calling in from Washington, D.C., where it's just before sunrise on Thanksgiving Day. I couldn't join you because I'm starting a new job on Monday and have a lot to take care of before then. Thank you very much to Wim and Alex and especially Titi for the work they've done to pull this together. We've got a great panel and I won't talk very long, just want to build on a few points. I think both of our previous speakers said something very important, which is people fear what they don't understand, and they don't use things that they fear and don't understand. So I think this report is going to help in many ways to address those fears. People who have heard me talk about artificial intelligence and machine learning know that I like to talk about some of the myths of AI, and I think our report and this session are going to address some of these myths. The most important myth is the first myth is that AI is people think AI is magic. It's not. And as a matter of fact, most of the things that people are calling AI today aren't even really AI. We have to understand this technology is limited and it's only as good as the data you feed into it. We also have to understand that it's an evolving technology and that we can't ask it to do everything when it's still at an infant stage in some cases. A second myth is that AI is not just about personal data. We've had a couple examples today about using AI to forecast disasters or to improve use of wireless spectrum. And I think those are good examples of where we're not collecting personal data. It's not just about Facebook and Twitter and the highest level of the stack. And that's a third myth, is that AI really only applies to content and to data collected about individuals in the application layer. We need to go down the internet stack and think a lot more about what happens at the security layer, identity layer, and even at the infrastructure layer where we're trying to make the network itself work better. And I think the last myth I just wanted to touch on is that this isn't just about privacy and ethics. It's funny how most of the policy discussion is around those two themes. Probably more than half of all the meetings I've been to in Washington around artificial intelligence start with that question. How do we protect private data? It's incredibly important question, but as the diagram that Alex showed earlier about the hierarchy of trust that's in our draft report, we need to think about all the different pieces. And so if you look at that graph, the first thing we need to talk about is availability of these systems. If society is going to really rely on them, they have to be available. And then they have to be reliable. They have to be consistent and based on good data so that the result doesn't radically change from day to day and end up misleading policymakers, policemen, individual consumers. There has to be accountability. There has to be security. On top of that, we have to deal with the legal issues around everything from liability to anti-discrimination. On top of that, we have to make sure there's lots of choice, because that really will drive the innovation and give consumers choices to make sure that they get the service they really want. And only at the very top level of this hierarchy of needs do we end up addressing privacy and other human rights. And so I hope people will read the report and contribute. We've gotten a lot of good case studies here today, but there's a lot more work to be done. and we look forward to engaging with all of you in the room and anybody else online. If you have comments for me, the best way to reach me is through Twitter, just Mike Nelson on Twitter, and I've been following with interest what's going on in Berlin. Wish I could be there, but I'm here enjoying Turkey and, as I said, getting ready for a new job. Thank you very much. Glad to be able to join in.
Thank you very much, Mike. You're more technical than me, so you can mute yourself. Perfect. So next, and I think we're going to move on to trust, which is the point that Mike ended, and we're going to move on to Olivier from the European Commission, and to speak about policy issues related to trust, big data, IoT.
Maybe if you allow me just a few words on the first point, which was use and uptake, and I very much agree with what the previous speaker said. I very much agree, for example, that if we want to stimulate demand, we have to stimulate the supply side. So we need to have the infrastructures in place. We need to stimulate the development of technologies. So that's a very important aspect. We need also to stimulate the development of data sets. So data sets that can be used across sectors or inside one sector to address large sustainability issues, if you think about the sector of healthcare, or if you think about issues related to climate change. I very much agree also with what the previous speaker said about accompanying, explaining AI, IoT, data. I think there is a lot of work to be done in terms of raising the skills. I mean, raising the skills for those who develop these technologies, of course, but also raising the skills for those who are going to use them, who are going to be confronted with them. So digital literacy, I agree with Raymond, is quite important. And maybe not everything has to be done by the state. I mean, of course, education policy is mainly done by states, but initiatives, grassroots initiatives like the one of Emanuela on AI for People are certainly useful, because it's quite complicated to explain what AI does. Another one which is very important, I think, is the SMEs. I was at the Web Summit at the beginning of this month. Half of the startups are involving AI or developing AI. So the tech sector, they know about AI, they will use AI. There is no problem. I think the large companies, the administration, they will take time, but they will use these technologies. The black spot, if you want, or the area where we need to put more effort are SMEs, I think. I mean, they are the ones who need to understand AI, these technologies, and need to see how they can incorporate them in their the product development processes. So there is work to be done, and something we do in Europe is called digital innovation hubs. We put in place hubs where we get together academia, large companies, SMEs, so that SMEs learn about the technologies and can implement them. And then an issue which has not been tackled is interoperability. It's very important. I mean, people will not engage in IoT if they know that they will be locked into a solution. So they need to be sure that once they use a solution, it's interoperable with the next generation or the competing product that will reach the market. And it's the same thing with data. It's very important that data are interoperable. And it's not natively like that. I mean, data is usually done for a specific sector, or data is done for human consumption. It's not obvious that this data is easily used by artificial intelligence, for example. So interoperability is a quite important question. Now, to come to your point on trust, I think first these systems need to be secure, and I think the public at large is well aware that there are security issues linked to IoT, for example. So there is a real effort to be made there to be sure that those connected objects that will surround us, that will support us, are secure. And think about a connected car. It has to be very secure, because you will be driving on the highway in a connected vehicle. So it's better be secure. And we have done what we have done in Europe. We have now a legislative framework about cybersecurity certification. So we believe very much that certification is a very important tool to increase the level of security, but also to guarantee that products and services on the market are secure enough. On AI, trust is very much linked to the fact that we are sure that it will be ethically developed, and that's very much the European line. So we want to develop AI, we want to invest in AI, but we also want to make sure that it is in line with our values. Of course, it will be in line with our values because it will have to respect a number of our regulatory framework, if you think about our data protection framework, for example. But now we are thinking with a group of experts about what are the key ethical aspects of AI that we want to be respected. And there are many of them, for example, human agency, very important that it's not the machine that decides that, I don't know, you are too old to have access to this insurance scheme. It's a human being who decides these type of things and who can look critically at the results of the machine. It's very important to have fairness, non-discrimination inside AI, so that you don't arrive at results which you wouldn't like to arrive at. It's very important that these technologies are robust, secure, I just mentioned it, and that they, of course, preserve the privacy. When coming to privacy, I think something which is important is that beyond the rules, it's important to have the technologies to allow people to control their data. So it's very good to have a right. It's very good to have a law that protects, that spells out and protects your right. But it's equally important to have the tools to exercise those rights. And that's what we try to do. I mean, modestly in my team, we try to develop these privacy-enhancing technologies. We try to develop technologies that secure your data, allow, for example, you to manage your identity online. So that's a key element, I think, of trust, is that the user is certain that he or she is in control of this very pervasive environment we are going to be in already now, but increasingly more in the future.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Emanuela from Pop AI, and I believe she has a brief presentation.
So before the presentation, which actually is linked to the presentation, I just wanted to add something to what Olivier said for this trustworthy AI. So it's this European concept that we are developing, which I think that it's really probably the key to balance this risk and to, I mean, it's really to kind of increase the access to data and to benefit from all the positive things that, I mean, these new technology are going to bring. And a way for developing this technology, I think that it could be this CLARE project. I don't know if you know it. It's CLARE. It's the Confederation of Laboratories for Artificial Intelligence Research in Europe. And I think that it's a very good project because it's kind of, I mean, what happens at the moment is that everybody is talking about AI, but we need, I mean, as AI, you need massive data, and you need to gather together to develop a good AI. Like we were talking, like you need to develop a good AI, you need good data. But I mean, to develop a good AI, you also need to have like a common base of values, like Olivier said. And I think that this European human-centered AI, trustworthy AI, is probably, I mean, a good set of values that will help us developing, I mean, a good AI for Europeans and for everybody in the world. So this is why I'm part of this CLARE initiative. This is why we want to build this CLARE initiative. If you can switch the slide. Okay, so the next one. Thanks. Yeah, I'm going to be very quick. So this, as I mentioned, I mean, so we can just go to the next slide. So the reason why we are building this basically this CLARE network is basically to develop a European AI ecosystem. And I think that this is really important because you don't need only like I mean the government or the researcher or like Olivier was mentioning the SME. I mean you need a system, a European ecosystem that then could get I mean a worldwide ecosystem where everybody is gathering together and we can discuss on how to develop this new technology, how to gather the data, how to use this privacy law, because I mean it's very important to respect privacy. And really, on one side, as I mentioned, to increase the access to data, and on the other side, to do it while giving benefits to everybody. And I think that in this moment, we really need to create like a project like Claire, which is basically, it wants to become something like the CERN did for physics. Claire wants to become the CERN for AI. And I think it's a very interesting project. One last thing that I wanted to say, that it's not related to Claire, but it's the assessment list, that it's probably something very interesting that it's currently ongoing. It's a test, a pilot test, ongoing on the concept of trustworthy AI. So basically what the AI group of experts at the European Community did is to define this assessment list divided in several areas to identify exactly what does it mean trustworthy AI. So it's legal, robust, and ethics. So lawful, ethical from the ethical principle point of view, and robust from the technical point of view. And this is important because I think that we need a kind of a certification for this intelligent system. I mean, not only European, but probably a global certification to make sure that the decisions that are taken, so the impacts on society of this intelligent system, is something that is agreed and accepted by everybody, so that everybody can understand the way it's developed, it's transparent, it's robust from the technical point of view, and it's ethical. So probably a good idea would be like to build, I think, an international certification for intelligent AI systems.
Okay, just an announcement. We are going to go into lunch to make sure that the audience gets to participate a bit. I know there's sometimes not much chance for the audience, but that is very important at the IGF. So if you'd like to stay, we shall. We're going to move on to the next two speakers, and we have, Evelyn next.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to continue a bit in the same line of values, which was talked about now by Olivier especially, but also the speaker we just heard. I think if we want trust and uptake of these new digital technologies, I think, well, the trust and uptake is obviously linked, because what we don't trust, we're not going to use. But I think that trust really has a lot to do also with ownership in the process. So it means, like, how do we actually decide in a way, like, what topics are to be addressed? I mean, I'm a political scientist by training, so like that's the agenda setting power, like in a way what gets discussed. And I actually have been missing a bit at this conference, the critical points, and I think it's important to address them, because if we don't address them, we're going to have the problems later. And there, of course, everybody's talking about inclusion, but I think it's maybe also not only who's included, but also like who shapes the debate and who's actually taking the decisions. I think that needs a bit of reflection in a sense of, like, of course you need inclusion, for instance, of the private sector, but do we really want private corporations to decide about for what purposes, what technologies are used, or would we maybe not want rather like elected representatives of the people, means like national parliaments, to decide about these issues? I think there are lots of questions of legitimacy there in a way. So I think it's important to also think about topics that were not discussed in that way, and like for what purpose we want to use new technologies, for what purpose we do not want to use. That's the thing that has got hardly discussed. Like, I mean, it could be a question, what type of technologies or what type of uses of technologies would we like to ban? And I'm thinking there of autonomous weapon systems, for example. I'm thinking maybe of surveillance systems that allows governments or private corporations to collect our data. Maybe we do not want that, but we don't have the opportunity to opt out actively, and that has to do a lot with freedom and with self-determination, with autonomy. And when it comes to like justice, something I was really missing as well is that it's not only about like this kind of equal access to AI and everything, but it's also about the sharing of the risks, because like currently everybody's like so much convinced that there's going to be so much great opportunities, and I'm also thinking that, but not only is not everybody benefiting, but some people may be much more at risk than others. And I'm thinking there of developing nations or of people living in dictatorships who will not have a choice, really, of how these technologies going to affect their lives. So I think there's a huge need to also address issues that have not been addressed so far.
And we're going to go to our next speaker, Bruna Martinez dos Santos from Coding Rights. I think a valuable perspective from civil society.
Thank you very much again for the floor. I'm gonna go through some of our work a little bit. At Coding Rights, we're starting to develop a feminist framework to assess and design AI initiatives. So the idea is to acknowledge that such products and technologies, they should be taking into consideration the importance of considering all the critical voices and discriminatory effects that are caused by this. So to us, generally, like a lot of those debates about ethics and AI, they have been around developing something, but it's something that's upholding a slightly global north-oriented approach. So, in this first like moment in comments, like we do think that this whole AI and ethics discussion is lacking a little bit more regional sensitive approaches, and also somebody or situations that do make companies encompass human rights perspectives and uphold the values as well. Also, going through those systems, we are talking, and I'm going to just pick up a little bit on Michael's words before, because he spoke a little bit about people fearing what they don't understand, and also mentioned the need for trustworthiness in those systems and concise databases. But being from Brazil and Latin America, and my region being one of the main focus and markets for the defense and surveillance industry, I don't really think there is a need or a space for such choice or such like situation, because Brazil right now is starting to implement or becoming more fond of facial recognition systems and the application for public safety. And we have been using drones during Carnival, which is a public party, to identify criminals in a situation that citizens are not informed of. We don't have any consent, or we're not informed, or there is no space for consent in such situations. And there is also no debate whatsoever on the amount of invasiveness of such initiatives, or how we are in fact shrinking opportunities and shrinking the civic space in a public party in situations in which people don't necessarily act as expected. So I guess, and just maybe to wrap up this short intervention, governments, they come up to us and say that the future is today, as in a mantra for when they eagerly want to adopt digital technologies without any consideration of our critical voices and their potential discriminatory effects. So this is what we pretty much have been advocating for back in Brazil. So the need for more information and a more kind of respectful, not to say ethical, but respectful approach to all of it, and that encompasses the differences around us. So thank you.
So we're going to go to Mike Nelson now. Mike, oh, no, Mike says no. I think we should open the floor to the audience. I think that's often neglected at IGFs. Are you an audience member? Okay.
Hello, my name is Alberto Diaz, co-founder from a startup here in Berlin. We are Hedera Sustainable Solutions, and we deal with personal data in development regions that we collect with cooperation of local institutions. And these are households without the chance to be connected to technology usually. And then the kind of data that we collect is aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, and the objective is to be able to do impact monitoring for impact investment projects. And then in the entire topic of AI, my remark is to underline the fact that AI is not really intelligent. AI is a tool and is as powerful as the quality of the data that is fed into the algorithm. And then allowing a machine to make decisions based on statistical conclusions should also address the environment of the data which is collected, not just the actions involved in the exercise of commanding a machine to do something, but then what happens in the entire environment, which includes usually people and the nature and so on. So to wrap it up, I would like to say that data should include in and it should be responsibility of the quality of data to also allow the algorithm to draw conclusions, understanding and visualizing environmental factors parallel to the main task that the algorithm is solving. Thank you.
Could we have another question from the audience? Make it quick, please.
Yeah, it's more of an intervention than question. So, my name is Vasilis. I am a member of a community broadband network and also a co-founder of an environmental monitoring IoT startup from Greece. So, concerning the discussion that we're having here today, I would say that we should definitely look into community broadband networks as communities that can that have connectivity in their DNA, but also digital literacy. So there is a lot of effort going on into educating people and building those skills for local communities that are actually developing their own networks, and these can also be networks of IoT devices. And I would say that these people are very inventive. IoT today is very accessible, and we have, for example, in our community network, we have people who are working with this kind of technologies for agriculture. They want to build tools to monitor their crops. So this is what they wish to do. We are there to help them build the network, but also help them educate them about these technologies, on how to use them to do what they need to do. And another critical aspect of the whole thing is that we should be working with open technologies. For example, in my startup, we are developing surface water monitoring system, like water level and quality of the waters. This is a project that is built on open source hardware and open source software, and this allows us to actually build a community around this technology, people deploying their own sensors and feeding this data into a platform where then it can be useful for further insights and knowledge generation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know that there are probably a lot of other people on the table really having great ideas now. But to avoid that we eat too much in our own lunch break and in other people's lunch break, I really would like to invite additional comments to be made online via email. I mean, if you go even in the schedule, there's a link to where you can find the draft document. And there's also an email address there where you can post additional examples, additional best practices, and all comments are welcome. And I think that we can allow, like, let's say, a rough week. So if everything you post within the week after, let's say until Sunday evening, the week after IGF, what you post from examples, additional comments, we are still able to include in the report and to be taken in account in this year's work, because that would be, I think, a great addition, and then we don't mix up the whole schedule from everyone here. So from my side, already very thank you for these contributions and for this for being here, and then I leave it to Titi to say the final words.
Yes, thanks a lot. And we apologize, but the time's ended, so we have to leave the room. So thanks for participating in the session, and we hope you will send us more comments and more best practice. Okay, thanks a lot to all. Okay, thank you.
Yo, 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 yo. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, 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 yep. Ja, ich betone und kann ich nicht. Ja.
Check 1, 2.
Yeah, MC Nina in the house.
good morning to everyone. I think we can get started. Good afternoon, sorry, to everyone. I'm jet lagged still. So, good morning good afternoon to everyone, and thank you very much for being here at this annual meeting of DC3, the Dynamic Coalition Community Connectivity. It's 4th year that we are meeting every year with new ideas, new projects. This year we have yet another official outcome of DC3, this booklet on building community network policies, a collaborative governance towards enabling frameworks. So we have been, there are copies of the books at the entrance, and then there are piles around. So if you want to have one, please take one as a gift. And is a gift kindly sponsored by the Internet Society. So thanks Jane and Isaac for having sponsored the publication. I think besides the how nice it is to receive a gift, I think it's interesting to also to note how meaningful is to have produced every year concrete outputs and prove wrong those who say that the IGF is only about talks. It's not only a talking shop. People, if they want, can cooperate, work together, and produce concrete things that could be useful to policymakers, to any kind of stakeholder that wants to use the outcomes. So we are not, of course, obliging anyone to listen to us, but as there is people here that is in the community network field since decades, years, and is even doing community networks part of their personal and working life, there are in these booklets very interesting ideas that should be considered. This latest booklet is also shorter because it is targeted at policymakers who sometimes have reduced attention span. And so after having dedicated 3 years of research to a broader community with quite large books, we felt the need to have more concise and digestible version of our ideas that could be actually readily implemented and used by policymakers. So part of this is precisely to provide suggestion of what could be the policy elements that would facilitate community networks. So if any regulator, let's say, any government is interested in understanding not only what are community networks, but how to facilitate those initiatives, and so how to facilitate people network self-determination, as I like to call it, so the right to build your own network infrastructure to enjoy your fundamental right to pursue your economic, social, political development, which is indeed, of course, already a fundamental rights, is grounded in fundamental rights, and community networks initiative demonstrates that is not only theoretical, is a reality. I mean, you guys are building the internet yourself around the world. You are the living proof that we are not charlatans. We aim at facts. So this booklet is precisely aimed at helping also other stakeholders understanding that this is a reality. It's a very suitable option to expand connectivity, to enhance the quality of life of thousands and potentially millions of individuals. It's an option. It's not a silver bullet, but it's a very interesting option. So without further ado, I would like to start by introducing our distinguished panelists of today that have made us the honor of providing some ideas on what their institutions are doing, what their groups are doing, what their communities are doing, so that we can collectively understand how can we better work together. First of all, Edison Lanza, who is a Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression of the Organization of American States. Thank you very much, Edison, for being here. on my right, Christina Data from Ofcom, and it's very interesting that we are finally also starting engaging with intergovernmental and regulators institutions, so it's very interesting. Jane Coffin, of course, from the Internet Society. Carlos Baca, who is there, from Rhizomatica. Carlos Rey Moreno, who is there, sorry, from ABC. And Adam Burns from Free2Air. And I'm not sure if Julie is, no, you're not Julie, but you are substituting David, sorry? Abdul Karim, thank you very much, Abdul Karim, for being here, and excellent, thank you very much. I don't want to steal any more time to our panelists, so I would like to ask maybe Edison to start by providing a little bit of insights on why the Organization of American States can be interested in community networks.
Thank you, Luca, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm the Special Rapporteur of Freedom of Expression in the Inter-American System of Human Rights. My office is inside of the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, and the Commission is part of the Organization of American States. We have a mandate around all the hemisphere, and full disclosure, I'm not a specialist in community networks and technical issues in this field, but we try to promote and standardize solution for universal access for internet around the region. We did this report about free, open, and inclusive internet, and also 10 years ago, my office play a very important role to disseminate the standards for community radios, share the spectrum, and I feel that this issue is important to include in the access of internet and the access for information and the right to receive, seek, and spread information in Americas that is the most unequal continent in the world, and also we have important communities in indigenous people communities that with lack access on internet, and when I want to thanks again the Dynamic Coalition for inviting me and to learn more, and perhaps we could start a process to include in our standards this kind of solution for more access to information, education, and knowledge, and so on. Thank you so much again.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Edison, for providing such inspirational in terms of hope for future works ideas. It's very good to see that the Organization of American States is so open to new ideas, and it's very good to know that we can count on you to try to work together to include community networks also in the kind of strategy the OIS can promote for further access to information.
And also we need the cooperation of all of you that are the experts in this field.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Now, speaking about experts, Christina Data, she is Director of Spectrum Policy and Analysis at Ofcom. Ofcom is the British telecom regulator, and they have been doing some extremely interesting work with regard to spectrum sharing, which is something, an essential resource for many community networks. So, Christina, without further ado, we can start with your presentation, which is already there. Excellent.
This one. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Luca, for inviting me to this session. As Luca has said, I'm going to bring a slightly different perspective, but a perspective that is quite important, as we're going to talk about one of the critical enablers of wireless connectivity, that is the spectrum. Are you controlling? Ah, excellent, fantastic. Thank you very much. So first of all, don't get scared about the fact that I'm talking about 5G. I appreciate 5G is a little bit possibly of a step forward, but it might have been actually what has made the catalyst for our way of thinking with regards to how do we make sure that spectrum can be accessed, because we've started reflecting on the evolution of wireless demand, more and more players wanting to access wireless connectivity in different type of ways. And our objective, on top of our duty of ensuring the optimal use of spectrum, was actually to make sure that spectrum is not an inhibitor of wireless innovation and wireless connectivity. So what we've done, and is part of a lot of the discussion that I've listened to today, and I'm sure it's part of a lot of what has been discussed in the previous sessions, is that wireless technology, again, is the enabler of all of the AI, big data, connectivity, et cetera, that can deliver significant benefit to society as a whole. In the UK, we've carried out a sort of engagement plan and engagement with several different stakeholders and sectors to really bring the benefit of digital technology to industry, to agriculture, to health, etc., so that they could understand what digital technology could do for them. And in that context, as I said before, spectrum is incredibly important, and is also incredibly important amongst all of these uses for rural connectivity. Rural connectivity requiring, in a way, a different type potentially of spectrum authorization. So what is it that we have developed, and the model that I think we would like to see exported a little bit more potentially? So clearly, to enable connectivity, you need to have different type of spectrum access models. There is a role for national licenses, but we also thought there is a role for local and geographical licenses. So we developed, and we consulted publicly, and we had our statement in the summer. We developed 2 new type of licenses. I'm going to be quick so that we can have a lot more conversation later on. One that is opening up access to what are bands in which there is already a mobile ecosystem, and we're talking about 1800, 2.3, and 38242. But we're also enabled, and we've already issued a license, access to mobile bands, so that classic mobile bands that are being used across the world for 2G, 3G, 4G, to players that want to use it where MNOs are not using them right now. So our licenses are not exclusive, and that's something that I'm not sure it's the case in many other countries, but we've always said that our licenses are not exclusive. So when the spectrum is not used, we can issue licenses to third parties to actually deliver connectivity. And the big deal that I was mentioning is Vodafone and StratOpenCell have made an agreement so that StratOpenCell could use Vodafone 4G spectrum, 2.6 gigahertz, in places where Vodafone is not using it to deliver connectivity in the UK. And in the summer, I was with Luca at a conference, and everybody was saying, "Ooh, connectivity for the UK?" Yes, the UK, little island, there are still a lot of places that are unconnected. So this solution is actually deliver benefit to citizens and consumers. The next 2 slides are a little bit more like what is the model. We've got 2 different type of models, a low power and an high power. So a low power is a little bit more of a potentially indoor or in urban areas type of solution, and there we see factories, industry, industrial deployment, plants, warehouses, etc. And then there is a medium power solution that is also available for outdoor type of deployment. The fees, I think that is a very important point, are extremely low as well. Some are based on a base station by base station. Some are based on an area. We're talking about, in the case of these share licenses, £80 per megahertz per annum, which is not much per base station. In the case of the license to mobile spectrum, we're actually issuing licenses that are £950 for the duration of the license, which is 3 years, but these licenses can be negotiated commercially with the MNO and can last longer than the 3 years that we issue the license for. So a slightly different model from what potentially is being seen elsewhere. It can deliver connectivity for us in industrial sectors, etc., but also deliver, as we have seen with the Vodafone Open Cell model, for rural communities within the UK. This is just, yes, questions, and I think we do that later.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And it's extremely inspiring to see that there are regulators that are sharing spectrum and actively promoting spectrum sharing in a non-exclusive way. And this actually should be a best practice that all regulators around the world should adopt. Very good example. Speaking about experiences around the world, I think the person that has probably traveled to almost all community networks around the world is Jane Coffin. And nobody, maybe probably together with Carlos, nobody better than Jane can provide some insight on what are the latest evolutions in the community network community and how the Internet Society's work is helping with this.
Thank you, Luca. And I may have to throw Machuki and Christian in there, who are partners in crime from the Internet Society, and Carlos, of course. What we're doing is trying to, and I mentioned this yesterday, listen, not impose ourselves in places where people, we don't believe in just suggesting to people that we should come in and go somewhere. But we do hold convening meetings for community building where people may not have thought about building a network but want to, and then would come and suggest that we could help them, or we point them in the direction of other people that may be more expert in a certain area. So that's the focus on community building. Convening events where, whether it's a workshop, a summit, or helping provide support to others who might be doing that better than we do. So if it's APC or another group, a community network team that wants to put an event together, we often provide small funding for support there too. We work on deployments, and I shouldn't say that we're the ones who, well, some of the team actually does do some of the deployments. A colleague, Jan, was just with Ucha, who's here from Georgia, a couple weeks ago, hacking solar panels that weren't working at a certain elevation and a certain battery output, taking up a lot of power. But also putting in a LoRaWAN solution with Ucha and others. So some of our teams do actually climb the hills and mountains and help put the equipment in. Others help support, like me, where we're helping identify somebody that might need some seed funding or actually some major funding to get a project done, and or looking at projects that are deployed and coming back in when we forgot to do an assessment on the ground in the beginning, which we're trying to hold ourselves to a better metrics next year, where we're looking at what the community looked like before we went in, who's connected, age, well, not age because if we're trying to stay away from ageism, but we're trying to take a look at who's in the community, why they want to be connected, how we can work on sustainability, and come back in for metrics so that we can look at impact. And impact is something that is complicated to measure. I'm a huge fan of also looking at the social impact and what networks can do to change people's lives, so it's not just the hard statistics on which band of spectrum is being used or what type of equipment, because that's something hard you can figure out. Those are pieces of data that you can easily find, but it's that impact of the Airbnb prescriptions are up about 50% in the villages in some areas in Tusheti. I think that was what statistic that Ucha's team had given us when we were there a couple weeks ago. You're looking at changes in small communities, whether it's in Sarantaporo too, where people come back to the villages thanks to the work that's been done, and Vasilis is here, can tell you a lot more about that. But that human impact is not insignificant, particularly for municipal authorities and others who are looking at the fact that people were unconnected. Now they're being connected, and there's revitalization in certain areas as well. That is very important to us. We look at policy and regulatory work. We've done some work with APC, Steve Song, Mozilla, and others, where they've written the reports. We've helped support them to do that. We've actually written others ourselves. So from the policy perspective, as Luca was saying, we are taking a very strong look at spectrum with partners because we believe, and thank you, Christina, that secondary use, shared use, and other innovative approaches to spectrum are critical. I used to work at an agency that is sort of a spectrum authority in the United States. I'm not a spectrum engineer, but I used to look at this and think, my God, why isn't, how is this real estate being divided up? And why can't more people get access to it? And we saw spectrum auctions in the United States and some other things. Matt Rantanen, who's sitting here next to me, can show you slides where there are huge gaps in connectivity across the United States, especially in the tribal lands, where big operators were provided with spectrum licenses but don't provide service. So there's massive gaps in the indigenous communities in North America, which is why when people say, why are you looking at US communities or Canadian or other, we've helped support a network in New York City called New York City Mesh, which is a Wi-Fi based network. They're doing amazing work to provide affordable service in places where the service was really, the costs were really high. So it's working on community building, bringing people together. Sometimes it's just connecting people at a meeting like this and getting out of the way. My CEO often says we need to move the furniture out of the way, which means get out of the way when you don't need to be in the way. But are there things we can do to help scale work that's going on, support others who do a better job than we do at certain things, and help move the ball forward on policy? We strongly believe that it's important to talk to the people in the ITU that we know quite well to see where we can move the ball forward. I think we've seen with partners like APC, Article 19, and others, you do have to stay in the game even if you're not making progress at a meeting. We were at a treaty conference about a year ago at this time and absolutely got crushed. We thought we were coming in, we thought we could get some text into some resolutions at a treaty conference, and they wouldn't even allow the words community networks in the documents. It was a killer. Judith was there as well. And it was demoralizing in some ways because we've been working on this for a long time. But we realized that we'd probably come in tactically and strategically, we had to fix that. You don't give up. And I'm pretty stubborn, so what we, if you know me well enough, you know that. But the good news is that there's so many of us that I think this is something that is now taking traction. At a meeting yesterday, we talked about the fact that we're no longer in a position to say that community networks are a thing that people should question. They exist, they're working. How can we create more sustainability among those communities is part of the policy question too. So I'll stop talking so others can, but there's just ways that we can work hard with the UN agencies to make this a reality and not a threat, because they're complementary. In some places they are an alternative, and I know people don't like to use that word. The other issue, I think that from a policy regulatory perspective, the last barrier is working with organizations like GSMA, they're doing great work, and the companies themselves to say, the big companies, you haven't provided service in 20-something years. Your licenses said you should. Something's wrong with the business model. And if you can't meet that, if you can't get that return on investment, partner up with these smaller networks that can get that for you. So it's a licensing sort of joint venture, if you would.
Yes, thank you very much. And also, yes, thank you for highlighting this last point that indeed in the peripheral areas or the rural areas that are renowned and also academically identified as market failure areas, as the name suggests, is the market fails to connect them to provide the service because there is no sufficient return on investment. So other options, complementary options, should be explored, utilized if the objective is the final goal is to provide connectivity, to create connectivity. Another point that I think you hinted at, the fact that it is these community networks help provide affordable connectivity, but I would also stress that in many cases is also high quality connectivity. The New York City Mesh you mentioned is a very good example. Barnes, also in the broadband for the rural north in the UK, very good examples of the fact that community network may provide very high quality connectivity, not only affordable. The last point that I also want to stress, because last year for the Community Network Manual, we had the honor to have also the ITU as a co-sponsor, which this year for bureaucratic reasons was not possible, but the fact that the postface of the booklet is authored by Bruno Ramos, that is the director of the Americas office of the ITU, is an indication that ITU is very also attentive to what we are doing. There is a lot of room for cooperation with them. And although this year was not possible to have an official logo of the ITU here, the total interest of the ITU is on this work. So I think it's something that we really have to keep in mind. Now, to get into the concrete dynamics of community networks, I think it would be good to start exploring some examples. Carlos Baca from Rhizomatica has been doing a lot of work, leading research for Rhizomatica and coordinating a lot of initiatives in Mexico. We have a presentation that now we can start putting on screen. And please, Carlos, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the invitation for the panel. I think it's very happy to me to be with such personalities in the world of community networks. And I work in an organization that's called Rhizomatica. And the other two logos is because we are like a consortium of organizations. In Mexico, we have Redes AC, Redes por la Diversidad, Equidad y Sustentabilidad. That is an organization that works for many, many years in political advocacy and to help the indigenous communities to develop their local contents and something like that. And the CITSAC is a research center that we created this year, and we're trying to do some different kind of research about what happened in the community media and the community networks, and how the communities can put together their knowledge, their community knowledge, with the technologies and transform it and appropriate it. I talk in this space. I'm going to talk about the community-owned cellular networks in Mexico. That is one of the projects we are developing. And the next one, please.
You should have your control.
Sorry. In this photograph is the roof of a governmental office in a little town in Mexico, and there is 9 antennas. How much of these antennas work right now? Only 2 of it. Why? Because there is a lot of effort from the governments that failed. And failed because they are not linked with the communities, they are not has the maintenance that is necessary, etc. So the problem to solve the access to the telecommunication service, it's important to think more not only about coverage, but only all the things that involves the failure of access. In Mexico, this is the numbers. This is the most recent survey about the penetration of telecommunication services, and only 5% use a computer, 74% have a cell phone. This, we all know that this is maybe less, because there are counting all the phones existing in the country, not how many people uses really them, and 67% are internet users. In Mexico, not all the states has the same numbers, and there is a lot of little towns and states that they cover the service is not only by the 20% or something like that, like is the case of Guerrero, Oaxaca, and Chiapas, then we work a lot. In 2013, there is a legal reform in Mexico after several years of struggle to make it possible. And there is three kinds of license that the communities can approach. One of it is social use. This is for all universities, everything that is looking for a profit. It's in this kind of concession. There is other one, social community use, that is for an organization, a legal and registered organization, an NGO, and social indigenous use. And this is very important because there is a different way to prove that it's a community that is asking for the concession. We have this one for the cellular service. There is an organization, Telecomunicaciones Indígenas Comunitarias, is the organization that make up the network, is the one who has the concession, and everything in the model is linked with the way of life of the communities in Oaxaca. It's called Comunalidad, and it has particularities that only in Oaxaca happen. And the model is based in a model that where the communities are own the network, but also they can manage and operate the network with this umbrella that is Telecomunicaciones Indígenas Comunitarias. Right now, we have 16 networks and with a coverage of 60 communities. And it changes a lot because some communities decided not to participate, or other ones have 6 years with us, etc. What are some of the challenges we are struggling with? The extension of the network. We have a concession for 6 states of the country, but as I said, the model is only, it is particular to the communities in Oaxaca, so we cannot do the same in Chihuahua or in Jalisco or in another states. But it's replicating in some other countries right now, like in Colombia, with a similar between the model, but not the same model. Another challenge is to find a way to train more people to develop capacities to the people to can develop their own cellular networks. And there is a diplomado, Tequio Comunitario. It's a diploma that has a lot of modules, not only about the technical issues, but also the political issues about the technology, so the people understand that. And we are working actually together with ITU to in a online course with a boot camp in February, and there is people from 11 countries in Latin America. Another challenge is we have the concession, the law, it's beautiful. If you go to the Constitution of Mexico, you say, it's very nice. But the system is not nice. We need to change a lot of things. So we have a legal process because the government want to make us pay the rates of the taxes, like if we were like the same of Telcel or Movistar, etc., like the big operators. And with our experience, we developed a document that we share with the new government in Mexico to what is the the factors that make better the public policies to let the communities develop their own projects of communication and telecommunication. There is 9 of it. I don't go inside of each one, but it's access to information, agile and simple license system, participate in the programs of governments of coverage, spectrum access, improve the governance of the free use spectrum, access to fiber, interconnection and peering, access to resources, technological development and research, and develop programs to generate local contents. And finish, only one idea that I want to share with you is this is really important. The solutions that the communities themselves give to the technology problems are the only ones that have proven to be efficient and sustainable over the time. This is proof. There is a lot of studies about that. And the governments must provide enabling environment for this to happen, nothing more and nothing less. Is their responsibility to make this environment, but not go so far because it failed like other programs of connectivity and access. Thank you. I'm sorry for my English.
Thank you very much, Carlos. Actually, thank you very much for highlighting, I think, 3 points that are essential here. First one is capacity building, and the fact that the great work that you have been doing with Rhizomatica and the other friends like Peter Bloom and Eric working with you with capacity building, and also the fact that you are now working with the ITU in this is extremely good for all people interested in this. The other point, and I think this reminds me a little bit what my wife as a psychologist tells me sometimes, which is that the patient is the greatest expert of his or her problem. And what you said about the community being the greatest expert of its problem is exactly the same thing. The first thing that regulators have to do before reading any booklet or thing is to go and check with the local communities what is the problem and why they are not connected, because they are the best expert besides any other researcher or academic in the world. Now, the second thing, of course, is to read the booklet. And the third point that I wanted to make is exactly that many of the points that you have raised, licenses, access, and they are all here. And precisely because you and other people here have been providing extremely important, meaningful inputs that are all consolidated here in these policy elements. And what is consolidated here is simply a distillation of the work, the advocacy work that people here have been doing over the past decade. So extremely good points. Thank you very much for raising this. And I would like to also now to pass to Adam Burns, that he is going to speak about the more European approach to community networks. We have another presentation here, and particularly we will hear about Freifunk and how this has been going on in Germany.
Hi, and thank you, Luca. Do I do anything to this to get the presentation up?
Can we put the presentation, please?
Thank you. Hi. Yeah, I've been involved in community networking since probably about 2000, 2001, and been involved in a lot of community networks across the world, from the UK to Germany to Australia and other places. And as well as getting involved in some research projects, but I've also had the pleasure of coming to here, Berlin, Germany, many times over the last 15 plus years, and developing, talking with, and scheming with like-minded people who were interested in the philosophy of access equality and open networking and communications facilities for all. And I've in particular invited a colleague of mine, Electra Wagenrad, thank you, who has also been involved in community networking for a similar amount of time. In fact, Electra is one of the core developers and inventors and conceptualizers of mesh networking. And she has also been involved in many other wireless-related endeavours as well, which we'll get to. I've entitled this talk Mission Coherence in Collaborative Connectivity. If anyone knows what that means, can they please see me afterwards? But briefly, what I mean by this is Freifunk is an amazing structure, an amazing community network here in Germany. They cover numbers, they cover pretty well all region and federal states within Germany, and are starting to be popular in other areas in Austria and so on. But it's not all about numbers of nodes or numbers of users, as we call them. It's also about engagement. And I use the phrase mission coherence because I recently here in the burgeoning Berlin hacker scene heard a talk by a man called Julian Oliver, who has been responsible for volunteering his time to help with the internet infrastructure for a fairly well-known group now called Extinction Rebellion. This is an environmental group that he has helped with, and in the choice of technologies used, he suggested all the way through to use green data centers that were thermo-powered, right through from the power to the presentation of the internet resources that this group needed. The coherence was there with their core values. I would argue that Freifunk here in Germany also has had a long history of maintaining that viewpoint, and thus the rather confusing title. First of all, a little bit of history. In 2002 in Berlin, a group of artists, engineers, and network activists met here in Berlin, gatecrashing an architectural conference. We named the conference Berlon, which was a mesh, again, of the word Berlin and London. And the activists came together and they drafted and co-authored all collaboratively what was called the PICO Peering Agreement. This is a one-page document designed to communicate the understandings, obligations and understandings of different groups or different people who were willing to start to connect to each other over radio or by any other means. It was inspired by the original core internet protocols of how internet exchanges and internet peering works, but was meant at a personal and community level. It promotes concepts of network neutrality, of transparency, of openness, and so on at a low level. If we fast forward today, Freifunk has grown to the size where it has reached some amount of core internet infrastructure. They have participated with a company called In Berlin that provides a non-commercial internet peering exchange dedicated to non-profit and project-based groups that wish to have internet peering to facilitate their work, rather than the individual groups trying to set this up themselves. This initiative will handle peering for all of these initiatives. A growing number of Freifunk regional groups are now connected into core peering agreements within the internet. So I come back to the mission coherence at scale, the politics and ethics of network neutrality, transparency, and openness in local communities is scaling to larger national traditional core infrastructures of peering. And so I wanted to tell you a story about the evolution of Freifunk for that reason. Freifunk also do a lot of outreach work in terms of education, teaching people how to do DIY, how to do it yourself, how to prepare routers for mesh networks, and how to join the Freifunk movement. But beyond just the educational role, in collaboration with the Berlin Senate, Technology Stiftung Berlin, and Tempelhof project, Freifunk activists installed a node on the roof of an old famous airport in Berlin called Tempelhof, no longer used, but recently reused in a sense, in that recently over 500 refugees were housed temporarily in some of the hangars, the old hangars of the old airport. A couple of the Freifunk activists installed a Freifunk node on the roof of the building that the hangars were part of, and allowed and enabled not only just the refugees that were staying there temporarily, but the public as well within the Tempelhof Park, and the government and state Senate that also had a resource there called the Soul Garage, of the Customs Garage, where public civil participation processes for the Senate Department of Urban Development also took place. So in a virtual way, binding both the disconnected and the hidden with the general public and the state infrastructure and bureaucracy with one single symbolic measure. Freifunk also do a lot of other projects with refugee groups around Germany, whether it's in the housing area or helping with facilities in the open air as well. The installation also gave access to the public areas on Tempelhofer Feld, including a children's circus and a windmill area. But now here is a moment where I'd like to allow Electra to talk about some of her projects, not only being a core part of a mesh network protocol development that has enabled community wireless networks around the world to mesh more easily. Electra has worked on a number of other infrastructural things that has helped people in dispossessed areas or remote areas to network further. So I'd like to talk with Electra about her motivation for doing such projects and to explain each one.
Well, first, this is a project we now call iCIMS, Independent Solar Energy Mesh System. We felt the need to develop that technology with the refugee crisis because we wanted to support people in informal camps and also in legal camps to get basic internet access, because this is something that these people desperately need. So I had the idea up in my head for a long time to develop a special solar controller that integrates with a router, so you can operate a relatively cheap and energy autonomous wireless relay wherever you want to see fit. In order to give access to remote locations where the Wi-Fi frequencies that we can use cannot reach because there are obstacles in between. So if there's a hill or a mountain in between, or the range just is not sufficient, you can put such a solar relay at that location.
And you collaborated with, tell us about how the collaboration with other external groups went on that. You've got
Well, I started with a very, very tiny funding out of the pockets of Freifunk, but managed to get funding from the Prototype Fund, which is financed by the Berlin Ministry for Research and Education. And of course, this whole work would not have been possible without the support of the Open Knowledge Foundation and OpenWRT, the guys that make the open source firmware for all those routers.
Yeah. But not only that, not only have you been instrumental in mesh networking, not only have you designed an open hardware solar controller to allow for more remote installations and in communications, but also, can you talk a bit about your experiments with Wi-Fi transmissions over TV white space?
Well, if I have your attention and your ears, and there are some people that might be influential in this regard, I'm very happy to have the opportunity. In Germany and in other places, analog television was digitalized, so we have now the digital dividend. I think that's a proper translation from the German. And we suggest a pragmatic approach to use a part of the spectrum to provide space for community networks using a license-exempt part of the spectrum, where we should be able to run mesh networks in a collaborative way. I can tell you in personal conversation about the details. And so the idea was to apply for a license, for a testing license, and we got one for a year in order to, I developed the hardware to do frequency-shifted TV whitespace, but not the official TV whitespace protocol, but frequency-shifted Wi-Fi, because that can be done relatively cheap. That would be a pragmatic approach to relatively quickly use that bands and cheaply give access to remote areas where the traditional Wi-Fi frequencies cannot reach. Yeah. Because the fact that the Freifunk, our success and the success of community networks around the world, I guess, the enabling factors are that we had an unlicensed spectrum that we could use, the traditional Wi-Fi bands, and we had cheap off-the-shelf hardware that by the means of open source we could modify, so with a device that was actually enabling you to surf on your sofa without a cable, it was actually possible to interconnect places in cities and beyond. So the next logical steps would be to do the same in a band sub 1 gigahertz, where we can reach further and also at places where people live behind bushes and in the forest. And unfortunately, the TV whitespace concepts, they all require some databases and so on. But if you would have a dedicated spectrum like 40 megahertz or 80 megahertz or whatever, where we can use frequency-shifted Wi-Fi, we could connect remote places in no time. Yeah. And so I made prototypes for that.
Fantastic work. I cannot overstate how much work you've put into the realm of community networking in general, in technology and the activism as well. Thank you, Electra. And you did that in association with media?
Our regulator for television and radio. The MABB.
MABB, Berlin and Brandenburg.
Medienanstalt Berlin-Brandenburg.
Yeah.
So it's not,
Yeah. Okay. In all of these little stories and excerpts, there's a lot more to Freifunk in terms of their educational outreach into the community. But I think what really shows is that, at least in Freifunk's case, they are extremely successful in building bridges. You know, it might be a community wireless, but they build bridges and inroads into other communities, whether it's governments, whether it's the excluded, whether it's the outlier or the core. They help build bridges, and I think policymakers and other people around us can learn a lot about people who understand the situation, as Luca sort of said earlier, not only about the core, the average Joe. You know, the urban environment of community wireless has a certain structure, but the outliers, the things that are not seen, the rural areas, the remote places, the hidden people. And so it's connectivity in that sense that I think perhaps we can start to talk about further, finding more agile and distributed frameworks for policies and environments to have these continued positive growths of community networks. And just briefly, I have one further final slide.
Picture doesn't get through.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately.
That is very unfortunate. However, the final slide, which is a bit unfortunate, and I'm not sure why it doesn't show, but I would like to dedicate this talk to a good colleague of mine and lecturers, to someone who unfortunately passed on Tuesday. His name is Alexei Blinov, and he has been involved in community networking initiatives along with myself for over 15 years. He's an artist, an inventor, an engineer, an astronaut, a laser technician, and a community network, and that's just some of his qualities.
We both dedicated to Alexei Blinov.
Thank you very much for this, and thank you. Really fascinating historical perspective, and very interesting to understand how Freifunk has evolved, including people, in really changing life of people. Now, I would like to ask to Carlos Aimoeno to provide us some insights from his world travel experiences in community networks. He is another globetrotter who probably is at this time one of the greatest experts of community network in the world due to his frequent. He has not only collected a lot of miles. He knows the most about the most diverse community network. Please, Carlos.
Okay, when I invite you for dinner, no, my condolences to you and to all the community networks and colleagues and friends of the friend that passed away. My sincere condolences. Yeah, it's very difficult to take it from there, right? But I guess something that we've been working in APC around this particular topic. I mean, we can talk about many things, but talking about policies and regulations, something that we realize, or something that has become an evidence even during Bogdan Martin, the director of the ITUD, on her opening speech on Tuesday. She was mentioning that there is significant evidence that the current models are of connectivity, of increasing or extending coverage to rural and remote areas, are plateauing. The growth at which the extension of connectivity, the rate at which the extension of connectivity is plateauing, right? So their models are not reaching to the areas of where people with lower income in remote areas, sparsely populated, live. And she said it, the Broadband Commission said it, many other people are saying it, that we need innovative models, we need other models. Both business models, both technologies, as Electra were presenting, as well as regulatory and policy frameworks, as Christina was mentioning. But in order to change that hegemonic thinking, both in society as well as in policy making, there needs to be quite a lot of capacity building as well, quite a lot of change in the sense of how many people are actually trying to make that possible and influence that change of a policy and regulatory framework that is stuck on the days of everyone believing that the model of the mobile network operators was going to connect everyone. And that requires a lot of effort. It requires a lot of effort by changing the notion within civil society organizations, within the public per se, that has been convinced that there is one single model of doing things. That's a market approach and the private sector approach to doing things, as well as the regulators and policymakers that are only hearing the voices of those private sector stakeholders that just want to modify or have the regulations to be adopted in a way that benefit their processes or their interests. And in that sense, we've been working quite a lot on creating tools and spaces for making that change. On the one hand, and I think we should celebrate, there is quite a lot of progress that has been made from, let's say, 5 years ago on the number of civil society people who care about policy and regulation. I mean, the fact that we are writing these guidelines means that everyone is acknowledging that we need to focus on this and that more people want to learn about this. Not, I mean, this is short, it's for policymakers and regulators, but this is also for every one of us. We are in a constant process of educating ourselves on how this is important or what are the elements on the policy and regulatory frameworks, as Carlos was mentioning, that need to be changed. And we are more, every day we are more. There are more people wanting and showing interest on this. We've created some platforms to make that possible, like a policy wiki for trying to understand some of the elements that Carlos was mentioning, some of the elements that are in this book, to actually try to understand in the particular country what is the regulations and the policies that affect the creation of a community network, which ones are conducive, which ones are more hindering the processes that are required along the lines. I'm not going to repeat them, licensing and spectrum and whatnot that Carlos mentioned. So together with that wiki and with a lot of training to how to engage in that wiki and other participation in other events that we've been doing, there is more and more people who want to engage on this. Something that Cristina also mentioned is the importance of the public consultations and how regulators actually need to respond to the written submissions to the public consultations. What have happened until now is that those public consultations were only receiving contributions from the private sector. Therefore, the only elements that the regulators had to draft or to create the resolutions were, well, their goodwill, maybe goodwilling people, or the contributions from the private sector. So it's not that we were to blame, but we are putting a significant effort on writing submissions together with ISOC, together with the Web Foundation, the Alliance for Affordable Internet, together with organizations in the countries where those public submissions are taking place, to actually try to change things. This year only, we've participated in Zimbabwe, in Uganda, in Kenya, in Ethiopia, in South Africa. Every time that we hear that there is a public consultation, we try to put in a collaborative submission from civil society to try to influence. And, well, it's up to, we need to see what is the real licensing framework that has come up. The only information that there is a blog from the Ugandan Competition Commission on the licensing framework. But in that blog, in their own website, they seem to have considered our input, and there is now a category for community networks in the licensing framework. Again, we don't have the details, but when they did their press release, they seem to have considered some of the input that we have submitted along the lines of stop considering only national scope licensing, consider regional licenses, a small district license, consider as well community network exemptions, and it looks like it has been considered. The same likely, on Monday it's going to be released, the Competition Commission report, the data inquiry in South Africa, and I believe there's going to be significant input that we have provided that is going to be considered in there. So that's from the public side of things, but we need to be more from the public, but we also need to be more from the regulators and the policymakers. When I started doing this, I thought they were people that didn't care, that they were only there to protect the private sector, that they were busy, that they were no, they are people and they have their hearts and they really care. They really care. On the last 1 year and a half, we've trained more than, or we've been delivering workshops together with ISOC to more than 100 policymakers and regulators in Central America and Africa and Asia, with the regional authority, the regional associations of regulators, and we try to bring one person from the regulator and one person from the policymaker. And something that has been surprising is how open they are to this input, how busy they are, how they don't know about these innovations that Electra was talking about from a technology perspective, how they don't know about the innovations on business model that Jane was presenting. How they don't know about the innovations that other regulatory agencies are putting into practice, like what Christina was presenting. So there is a lot of space for capacity building on regulatory agencies and ministries, and we've been trying to do that. We've developed a training workshop that we increasingly receive more and more petitions from the regional associations to the country level to implement, and there is a scope for change. We are also making that a publication that is accompanying the training workshop. So there is a guideline that can be read and contains all the elements with all the evidence. Again, this is not based on I don't know, like a thumbs up. Is actually evidence in other countries, good practices, like what Christina was saying, like what Carlos was saying, despite of the implementation. But the Mexican framework is amazing. It's allowing to discover what are the issues with the practicalities and the operational. But not every country is as lucky as Mexico. Actually, that's why TIC is the Telecomunicaciones Indígenas Comunitarias is the only example in the world so far, because of that framework in Mexico. How can we make that happen into other countries? And we have more and more friends in the Community Network Summit in Tanzania last month. There were representatives from the Universal Service and Access Fund from Uganda, from Ghana, from Tanzania. There were ministry representatives from Cameroon, from Liberia. There are more and more interest. There are more and more people who want to know about this, who are putting the effort into knowing more about what we are doing. And and something that also has happened is and I think is to celebrate, is not only the Broadband Commission in the so-called Moonshot report that was released last month, that they mentioned in 3 of the 8 objectives of the roadmap how community networks are important to achieve meaningful connectivity, but also what the recommendations about dynamic spectrum to make possible TV white spaces and other approaches to allocate the spectrum, not only TV, not only the television bands, but other bands like mobile spectrum. And something that also happened last month was together again with ISOC, we participated in an interministerial conference of the African Union, and in the declaration of that interministerial conference, the ministers direct, or for the next 2 years, or that's the scope of that declaration, they direct the African Union to promote community networks in collaboration with the African Telecommunications Union. So again, it's not only that they work, it's not only that, but there is that patience, that, I'm going to quote you, you need to stay in the game despite not making progress. I mean, it's not easy. I mean, you are there fighting against people who have been playing this game and who have the resources to be at every conference, at every lobbying space, at every public consultation, at every ITU meeting. But we are coordinating ourselves. We are coordinating with ISO. We are coordinating with Article 19. We are coordinating with others to try to bring the voices of the public interest to spaces that were co-opted by the private interest only. And I think we are making, I think we have the evidence. I think we have not only the evidence from our side, but they are giving us the evidence as well that they are not able to get there. So let's try to clone Christina. Let's try to bring Christina to other countries and try to make more, to keep on working on this, because I think we are making progress, and there is only more progress to come, together with the ITU, together with other actors. The only thing that we are seeing is openness. The only thing that we are seeing is that if we were more, they are willing to, regulators and policymakers, they really want to change things, and they need the support and the capacity to be able to do so. And we are there to do that. There are other partners that are there to do that, and we need to be more, and we need to have more capacity to support more policymakers and regulators. I think the court is on our ball. No, the ball is on our court. And thank you very much.
Yes. So, yes, I think we all totally agree in not only with the general perspective that you are providing us, but also with the fact that there is an increasing openness, and we see that by coordinating each other, we are achieving incredible results. with frequently with very limited budgets, but with a lot of coordination. I think that what this group has been extremely interesting is to provide a platform precisely for a lot of people, maybe having different initiatives, but try to find point of convergence. So while we give the floor to the last speaker, I would like also people in the room to start thinking about what could be potential ideas, topics, initiatives on which we could work together along the next year or years. But from now to the next IGF that will be in Poland, there will be a lot of other things in between. And you and everyone here has its own agenda, potential very good idea to share, a potential very good proposals to share, to find partners here. So we have a last speaker, Mokhtar. Abdul Karim, and yeah, but Abdul Karim is even better. And then we will have a quick tour to understand how can we further work together. Please, Abdul Karim.
Thank you. Julia wanna apologize. She didn't meet it because she was in USA and she cannot come. My name is Abdul Karim. I am from Internet Without Border. I am head of Central African desk. So I will do my best. I don't speak English, but I really do my best to transmit the message. So Internet Without Border, we work for against shutdown. We work to stop all hate speech. We work with all African and international organizations to make internet safe, affordable, and try to work with certain governments who violate these digital rights. Internet is now recognized like human rights. And our actions and initiative are oriented to the country where internet is seen like a danger by those governments, especially non-democratic governments, where some countries are the authoritarian governments who don't welcome internet like a potential power to improve or develop the country, but the danger because their citizens can't find the way to express and to control and to have a new way interactive with the government and citizens. So internet give power to citizens. And we work a lot with certain way to make elections and democracy more transparent, credible, where civil society can control and bring their expertise to make electoral processes more credible. See, all this potential of internet is feel like danger in main of Central African country, where there are a presidents and who were like 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years on power. So in Internet Without Border, we found this idea of community is very important, not because of tool, but this is new strategy to force the government to not stop the spread of internet or violate the right of each citizen to have right to connect. The communities that we work together before is, for example, the community of activists, the community of human rights defenders, the community of political organizations. So this kind of community is different than the community you are building. And the way this internet are spreading in those countries are not a classical internet, like optical fiber or lines internet, but a phone, mobile internet. And if there are only mobile phone internet, this is very simple for central government to shut down. But now we are very interested to understand how to build a community who can have control of infrastructure, can install their own infrastructure, can there build and control. Even if there are a shutdown, they can continue to spread information, share important resource, because when internet is shut down, everything is shut down. They are disconnected from the world. This is what we saw what's happening now. So our experience in digital rights defending is that Africa is in a very special period. Africa is facing a new world with new tool coming, and the 750 million young Africans coming are using this internet to be present in the new worlds are coming. So for us, it's really, really important to invest in to build a community and reinforce them. But I understood what Marco said. Carlos? Yes, yes. Carlos said that I don't. We cannot account on politicians. We cannot account on the United African Union. They have thousands of projects. They never do this project happen. Because I think that we must account on our networks and citizens organizations to force them to do it. We must force them. Not only by citizens, we can force them by making a concept with international institutions who help those countries by giving them money for development, giving them help. We can say that the connectivity will be a clause that if those countries don't respect or don't do this, they cannot have this. For example, human rights and democracy was unaware a clause that's a clause to help people, country. But if we have not, I don't know in English, levier, we cannot a leverage to force them to do, they never do what's meaning the project that we bring in, because they know that in main country that citizens connectivity, because what mean citizen connectivity? What mean community for them? That mean they have not control of circulation of information. Citizens can have information, even they shut down TV and radio, even they shut down internet, citizens can be connected in the world and have information and spread information. They don't like this. So I think that in Internet Sans Frontières we are working, and in 2020 we began to launch, deploy the first community in Chad by working with civil society organization and laboratory. When a lab, the youth are using to
Come here. Come here. I promise I won't bite. Come.
Press a button.
Come this. Hello. Come this side, Abdul Karim. Come here. This one works.
No, mine works. It's that side of the room. I got it. No, it's the other side. Here. Or use Carlos's, yeah.
This is a big censorship, so.
We're not allowed to have information.
Yes, we can go to the justice because this is this is a coup. So what I am saying that because we experienced that. Why I am speaking about Africa, because Internet Without Border has main of program are to make connectivity and a digital right effective in everywhere. And we are not welcome it because government don't understand what is technology. Most of politicians don't understand what is internet, what is this technology don't Maîtriser, what's in English?
Master.
Just master it. So the approach that we have is to make maybe all stakeholders like governments, telcos, and internet users, citizens, to make internet tool of development of citizenships, tool of the future. But they don't see it like this. But now the question is how to force them to accept all those super projects that all those organizations have. Many organizations have advocacy and projects, but always they don't cross the border. If I can say in English, because my English is very low. So that's why we are really, really interested to work together and maybe join all these partners to create this community who can really help the area where citizens have not freedoms, and citizens build a community to make freedoms, make democracy, maybe have their own future. Because there are different kind of community, because in, for example, a democratic country, the communities build it different. That's the possibility to build a community in area where there are not freedom. Very different. For example, some area in Africa, they don't have electricity. They don't know what is computer. They don't know, they don't access to the technology. So how to mix and use all those possibility to make those community possible and inclusive. Inclusive because the development or those community are not uniform. And we are there to bring our experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Is it working?
It's working, but you can come here.
Yeah. Okay. Is this working? Okay.
Just to make sure that the people in the room is not falling asleep, we are moving a little bit around. So thank you very much for sharing this, and also to highlight, on the one hand, the great potential that community network may have to change life in Africa, where people, I think something we have to also to remind is that the areas that are frequently disconnected overlap also with the area where there is lack of instruction, lack of employment. So the fact of building connectivity there, having people building the internet themselves, also can dramatically improve people's conditions, and also avoid to be victim of shutdowns, like you were saying before. On the other hand, this is not easy. It's not an easy task, especially in some context that you describe, where political leaders are particularly keen on keeping on being political leaders for a long time. Now, I think Community Network provides some good solutions. Of course, they are not silver bullet for every problem in the world, but again, they have a lot of potential. Before we wrap up, because we only have a few minutes left, I would like to have to open the floor for inputs, ideas on what you would like this coalition to work on over the next months, ideas for further cooperation. So please do not be shy. Take the mic, state your name, and provide any kind of suggestion you may have. Please, Edison, you have a suggestion? No. Yes, please. Can we have this working? Yeah, yes. Working. Okay. Doesn't seem so.
Hello? Yes, it is.
Yes, no, it's very, very useful for me, you know, to receive this information, and I think in different intervention that in particular in our region, I think that the Inter-American System of Human Rights is a perfect tool to, you know, work to remove the obstacles to promote this community networks in Latin American region, because it's possible, for example, call for a joint hearing, public hearing. We have 4 period of sessions along the year, the next year, and perhaps to present to the Commission, under the Commission, the different. First of all, the system and the standards, and some particular experience, like Mexico, for example, or comparative with other experience in Europe or around the world, and to promote that the Commission, release a standard to promote this kind of connectivity in the hemisphere, Canada through Argentina, and promote, legislative change, best practice in regulatory frameworks, or so on. No, and for example, we have like an example, very interesting, very important report of our office, Special Rapporteur of Freedom of Expression, about an inclusive spectrum broadcasting in community broadcasting. And this is an example that we could use to build in a report about community networks in the human rights perspective. That is our mandate and our scope. And we have, public hearings, special report, and also we have petition cases. If you have one case that you want to litigate in some countries, for example, if there are a country in Latin America that don't have the framework to, allow this kind of accessible connectivity, perhaps you could go in amparo or compliance in the state, and if in this state you don't have response, you could go to the Inter-American Commission and Inter-American Court to litigate against the state for the lack of access. Some ideas that you could, the coalition could use the Inter-American system in the hemisphere. No?
Thank you very much, Edison, because those are truly excellent perspective for how our coalition could have more impact in the upcoming futures. I saw that there were some hands raising. Yes, Warrant.
Yeah, I'm going to be very quick.
Apparently now the mic works. Yes.
I'm going to be very quick because we've run out of time. I think we're over time. So I'm not going to say everything I was going to say. But in short, we need to speed up connections. Our people are disconnected. We don't have time. If we're going to meet any of these targets, we need community networks. We need them to explode. We need a revolution. We need our regulators to start giving the spectrum and the licenses that these CN community networks need to thrive. I think we also need the global influencers like the ITU to be more progressive on their stand on community networks, TV white space, and other life-changing technologies that can be used by these community networks, because they're not just connecting communities, they're also changing lives, they're also providing digital literacy and helping people become digital citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would ask Tiago to give the last word of our session, because otherwise we will be kicked out of the room. So please, Tiago, a very brief.
This is a huge responsibility.
Yes.
Yeah. So thank you very much for the panel and for the work that has been done. I would like to provoke the session to think more in terms of principles and results. The principle is, since 2015, we have been discussing the spectrum as something that governments are obsolete in managing, and we have software that is able to do it much better. And also the principle of complementarity, which means that private infrastructure and public infrastructure and community infrastructure should be really allowed to have the same approach to spectrum. So in this way, ITU has recommended already the split of the spectrum in 33% for states, 32% for private sector, and 34% for communities. In Bolivia, they have even split the spectrum in 17% for indigenous Bolivians and rural Bolivians. So my provocation would be, what would be the difficulty in reserving spectrum for accessing without the need of license? Because, for example, in Brazil now, we have the possibility of accessing a spectrum without license, but we still have to fill a form on the internet. And our target communities are not able, many times to fill in forms, and so indigenous groups are illiterate groups. And so in this way, and thinking that the spectrum is not public in the sense that it belongs to states, but it's a common good, it's something that belongs to society, we have tools that can be much better used for enabling us to use it in a much efficient way. If the spectrum is not being used, the regulators, they say, we need to be efficient, we need the effective use, and enabling us to use it without the need to have license, I think would be much better.
Thank you very much for this provoking but absolutely true statement. An excellent way to close the discussion. Thank you very much for your incredibly good ideas, and see you not only next year, but all along in our mailing list.
And thank you, Luca.
And there are still 5 copies of the book here if anyone wants one.
Good afternoon, everyone. Almost good evening. This way of the sun setting too soon in the day is a little bit confusing, but good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here. My name is Bruna Santos. I'll be your moderator for this afternoon, for this next session. If any of you who's sitting at the chairs want to join the table, please feel free to do so. It might be slightly more comfortable. And this is a session that's called Unpacking Digital Trade Impacts, Calling All Stakeholders. I work for a Brazilian organization called Coding Rights. We have been working on this intersection of privacy, digital rights, more specifically privacy, but digital rights and gender. And this panel was co-organized with two colleagues, Peter Seihan from the Center for the Governance of AI, and also Thomas Stewart from the American University. The idea for today will be to discuss some implications on the emerging international trade policies for the internet and how they have been either discussed or being used around the world. So we will go a little bit through the politics and the policy part of it, and then do some discussions on the multi-stakeholder model and why is it so important for us to keep on referring back to this sort of participation when we are discussing trade and policies related to the internet. And for this session, we will have 4 speakers. We will have Miguel Canjay Barra, if I'm pronouncing the name correctly, who is from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Paraguay. Also, Kathleen Berger from Mozilla. Guilherme Beltrá from Access Now, and Thomas Stewart, who is based on the George Washington University and also will join us remotely. And this session will be divided in 3 sections. Part 1 will be unpacking discussions and development of digital trade norms and policies. So this will be the part in which we'll talk a little bit about relation to national governments, taxation, larger globalization, and international trade institutions. And for this first part, we will have a little exchange in between Thomas and Miguel. So I'll give the floor to Thomas right now. And yes, Thomas, I hope you're hearing us, and I hope the remote participation works.
I can hear you. Can you hear me all right? Okay, perfect. So, hi, I'm Thomas Stewart. I'm currently based out of I work at the Digital Trade and Data Governance Hub based out of George Washington University in Washington, D.C. And basically the hub just started in June, and its goal is to educate policymakers about digital trade and data governance issues through events and trainings. But basically the whole idea of this hub grew out of this previous work. So this hub grew out of previous work, which basically examined national laws and trade agreements and conducted a global survey with stakeholders in digital trade to get a sense of digital trade norms. And what we basically found was that there really are like a lack of norms and shared definitions around digital trade issues. And this is echoed in the more recent report from Internet and Jurisdiction Global Statuses report from 2019. The report found 95% of stakeholders say that cross-border legal challenges will increase in the next year, and 80% believe there is still not enough coherence to address these challenges. So basically, with that, here we are today talking about why multi-stakeholder approach is needed in digital trade. And basically, I see this mainly because trade agreements have been covering these digital issues for a while now, but this process of creating these agreements have a lack of transparency, and they really don't have, and they're not multi-stakeholder in nature. So trade agreements are covering digital issues more and more. We see this in comparison to the new USMCA, the United States, Mexico, Canada agreement, compared to the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Basically, both of them have language on data localization, but it's pretty telling to see the language in the USMCA is newer, and it's a lot more comfortable in governing these digital trade issues. Under the TPP, it says Article 14 says each party shall allow the cross-border transfer of information by electronic means, including personal information, when this activity is for the conduct of the business of a covered person. While the newer USMCA goes even further and it makes this provision like it uses a negative statement, and it says no party shall prohibit or restrict the cross-border transfer of information, including personal information. Transfer of information, including personal information by electronic means, if this activity is for the conduct of the business of a covered person. And also the TPP allows for exceptions when it says each party may have its own regulatory requirements regarding the use of computing facilities, including requirements that seek to ensure the security and confidentiality of communication. So basically, we're seeing these trade agreements, basically, they're getting more and more comfortable with governing the cross-border data flow of information. So the USMCA allows for basically less room for exceptions with its simpler use of language and the use of the negative. And it's important to notice these exceptions for these trade agreements. So if a country is trying to create a if the country is trying to create a regulation that goes against the trade agreement, it has to use an exception like privacy. The GATS, the General Agreement on Trade Services, allows for exceptions for things like public health, national security, and so on. The exceptions are hard to justify and have many qualifiers. So if you want to pass a legitimate public policy measure, you need to satisfy many requirements. And basically, so the WTO says that a regulation should be widely practiced measure. And for privacy, you have a big country like the United States that doesn't actually have a federal law. So a country could go to the dispute board and say, look at this country like the United States, they don't even have a privacy law. And there are other countries that also don't have privacy laws. So now I believe this trend is definitely going towards having privacy measures, but this is just an illustrative example of why there needs to be attention on what is happening at the international level, because you can't create local laws if you're not able to comply with these international agreements. And this is why larger tech companies are starting to have this interest in having a say in trade agreements while other stakeholders are being left out. And I'll leave my comments on that for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I'll give the floor to Miguel right now. And yeah, Miguel, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I am in agreement with everything Thomas said. Thank you. No, I'm just kidding. I am in agreement with most of the things that Thomas said, because it is basically the stand of the situation as it is now. I was asked to put a little bit of an input from an unlocked developing country system and situation, and then I have to start by telling you that LLDCs, that we face a certain situation, that is not being able to access oceans in particular, but in this case, not being able to connect to the backbone onto the internet by ourselves without touching someone else's sovereignty. And this is an element that wasn't mentioned before, and it's very important. Sovereignty in this matter. Me being a diplomat has nothing to do with it. Don't worry. I'm not talking about states. But I did wanted to put this in perspective. Different countries have these different problems, and the UN level is working very hard in order to try and accommodate everybody, particularly in this scenario where the regulations are still either very basic or growing or trying to catch up with the situation. Digital trade is a fast-growing dynamic that we couldn't ask governments. It was really hard to understand in order to legislate 20 years ago. So normally, legislation takes time in creation and in application. So when you pass a law, this first very important implications or consequences of the law take 10 years to actually take over the national systems. Well, that is the case of Paraguay as well. But when you have to talk about the UN, we have to make certain that people understand that WTO, as important as it is in the international arena, is not UN. So we're talking in two different forms. And normally countries have different positions on different issues. The same countries have different positions on different issues that relate to each other. And it makes the mechanics of the international community a bit more difficult. Then you have to go in the understanding that in order to place regulations, you have to go to congresses, and these scenarios, as Thomas noted very well, you cannot apply national law without taking into account international law. And this is because of the tapestry. The international regulations are there for a reason, and they come from different scenarios. They come from the 2030 agenda. They come from the ITU technical regulations that have an effect on trade. They come from WTO that has a different point of view that the ITU, for example. And then you have, for example, a very new agreement that is the EU-Mercosur free trade agreement that is being accorded in the diplomatic level. We still have to go to national congresses in order to actually say it has happened. But the first leg of the negotiations are done, and why is this an issue? Because digital trade is very well embedded in this bi-regional agreement, and it has an effect on regional, sub-regional, and national legislation, because you have to comply with everything else. So we in this scenario we have for example, the 2030 agenda at the universal level, the EU in the bi-regional level, the OAS, the Organization of American States, that has CTEL, that is the Conference on Telecommunications, that normally for some reason bring IG within itself. It's not quite the same, but we are still talking about IG within CTEL. And you have Mercosur, that is a strong player in the region, that is comprised between Paraguay, Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay. And the same countries that we have to negotiate with in order to access the internet. So you have these different dynamics that all go back and forth and affect the way you need to regulate, for example, the taxation issues, opening your borders on services and data for a developing country is always a little bit dangerous, in the best way possible. I mean, dangerous because you're gonna encounter a lot of situations you're not normally prepared for, unless you have a strong private sector that already looks into that. But governments-wise, it's normally you have to go to regulate the new situations. For example, the most recent one is Uber for us, because we need to understand what the labor contracts are between Uber and the drivers. And not the particular labor issue, but the taxation issue on the contract. How much taxes are they paying to the national government in order to fulfill the needs and the dynamics of the regulations. So this is a new example. Another one for us was the coming of the multinationals in different sectors that were normally not regulated as such. Logistics, when they grew in 1,000% in size, forced us to understand international taxation. The birthplace of the money tells us who needs to be paid the tax. The companies don't pay in every single country. They pay in some countries or just one country. Maybe their own where they have their headquarters, not where they have a branch. And that in itself, it's an evolution for a developing country, particularly in regulation, particularly in taxes, and particularly in sovereignty. Because with that comes data, both commercial data or trade data and personal data. It was well mentioned by Thomas that we are going to need to agree as much as we can on the free trade, on the free movement of data, but with while regulating privacy and data protection for people and the liability of every single sector. And that's one important issue with data localization. And for example, Paraguay is now recently joined the Development Center of OECD, and we had the evaluation, and we set ourselves a very ambitious set of goals in order from here to 2030, and I'm taking Paraguay as an example, but basically it's going to happen to every single developing country in the world, that the framework is going to have to change dramatically in the next 10 years in order to be able to actually be a part of the global village, to actually be a part of supply chains in the digital arena. We're going to have to make a quality jump ahead very, very fast, very, very quick. And for that, that's why calling all actors is very important, because for that, only collaboration and only international cooperation will help us. Nobody can do it alone, less so developing countries. I will stop here and give everyone else the chance to talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miguel. We planned a little, some minutes for Q&A, so if anyone in the audience has any questions about this first section, you're all invited to take the floor. Is that the case? We have any initial questions?
Hi, I'm Guillermo Beltrán from Access Now. I guess I'll get us started. We're going to keep talking a little bit. We're going to zoom in more into digital trade in a second in the second section, but I wanted to ask both of you, what do you understand as digital trade? Just so that we put kind of the finger on what we're talking about, because very different terms are used for different things. And so in your both presentations, you talk a lot about a wide range of public policies and economic policies, and in the terminology that we often use in civil society, not everything under what you have talked about is necessarily digital trade. The other reason I think it's important for all of us to agree on a common terminology is because also, for example, in WTO circles, what we understand as digital trade is referred to as e-commerce. Maybe for historical reasons, because e-commerce chapters in international trade agreements have been about digital matters, and now they're calling negotiations on digital matters just e-commerce, while e-commerce is kind of electronic commerce exchanges on the internet and buying of goods and so on, but not necessarily data protection and privacy considerations, for example. So that's also a very confusing terminology that gets used at the WTO, and which I think it would be very helpful for not just for today, and this is a question about in general. So from your perspectives, which you follow these matters much more closely, I just wanted to ask, what do you guys call digital trade?
Thomas or Miguel, do you want to take? Do you want to? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think you can take this one. It's all right.
Thank you very much for the question. Well, first, when taking digital trade, we have to take basically the same idea that trade offline is the same thing that trade online. So whatever you can trade offline, you can trade online as well. And so the digital products itself. So trade, it would be basically the same concept that has always been, is whatever you can actually move from one place to another and get something in return. if you put that on a digital level, you will be talking about services and data and products that you can move through a trade operation on the internet or through digital means. On the other point that I believe is very, very relevant, the definitions, international definitions are first in the UN level very, very hard to get because you have to be as definitive and as loose enough in order to allow definition to evolve by itself. But you have to have something. So UN definitions are normally, cornerstones to grow from. In the case of the WTO, I've been involved with WTO negotiations for a long time, and I think, and talking very, very plainly, I believe digital conversations went to e-commerce just because they don't know where else to put it. It's so big that you have to actually change it to digital WTO, basically, because they only speak about trade. So they had to put it somewhere else in order to study it. Because WTO, being the world center of trade negotiations, still took a lot of time to understand digital trade. They know about what is going on in the world, but they were a bit more reluctant than, for example, other sectors like the IGF or ITU that saw trade as a part of something bigger. But no, the reason of being of WTO is trade. So they needed to study it in a very particular way, so in some particular section of their own work. So thus e-commerce. But still you have WTO working on e-health, e-agriculture, and whatever has economical consequences on trade. But basically it's because of that, and they're going to need, I believe the ministerial conference is going to have to talk about this far more than they used to, and it's very, very new for them. In a personal level, I can tell you, there was something called TTT, Technology Transfer on Trade, that was basically the first group of WTO that took that into account, and it was 2012. So it's basically very new for them too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miguel. I think Thomas wants to just make a comment on this. Thomas, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think digital trade is, yes, it is just digitally enabled transactions of services and goods. But from my own work, I also like to focus on not data as just a means of production or transfer, but the data itself. And I think that's, to me, I see data governance as as a large part of digital trade when it comes to these cross-border data flows in terms of governing for privacy, data protection, and things like that. So that's all I had to add to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Moving on to the second section of we have another, okay, thank you.
My name is YZ from Nigeria. I wanted to follow up on the last discussion and to ask specifically, where do we locate trade on the domains, those website domains, and trade in hosting? I am in a country where power and other infrastructure doesn't allow people and organizations to locally host their own websites nationally, and therefore they are hosted mostly in Canada and USA and so forth. And that, for me, is a huge flight of capital out of my country. And so I want to know where you locate this in terms of the discussion around digital trade. Thank you.
That's a very good question, and I can give an answer. I can try and give an answer very, very honestly. It's because we lack the infrastructure. Normally, not only on power, talking about electricity itself, and not just political power. And that's why this element of sovereignty is so important. We don't normally have IXPs, national IXPs. We don't normally host our own websites. So everybody else taking that information has the power to use it without us in the national level, either private sector or public sector, having the possibility of saying something about it. So I will say that the first scenario is to dramatically get better on critical infrastructure. First assuring, the fundamental services, electricity, water, and then going to the backbone of the internet that is critical infrastructure, such as our own IXPs and the capacity of storing data in our own countries that normally we have to pay for, both for more expensive and less quality internet and for someone holding our data for us. I would say that.
Thank you very much, Miguel. Any further questions? Okay. Moving on. Our second part of this session will be a discussion on the impact. So we're calling this Unpacking the Impacts, and the idea will be to have a little discussion on those many digital trade topics who are actually having a real impact on the internet today. And for the sake of mentioning them, we're thinking about, on the framing of this session, we were thinking about trade agreements and data privacy adequacy decisions. Also, OECD's proposal for a new global tax system that would see global tech firms tax where they raise revenue and not in where they're located, and also some situations in which supply chain security and trade conflicts, and that would be some of the examples I would mention for this part. The leads for this section of our discussion will be Miguel and Guillermo, but also if any of the other panelists wants to jump in and offer views on this topic, so they're pretty much invited. So Guillermo, I guess you have the floor.
Thank you. I guess, so for those, well, first of all, thank you for inviting us. I didn't, now that I kind of speak more formally, can introduce us. Access Now is a global digital rights NGO where we defend the kind of sort of human rights in technology for users at risk. And we focus particularly that at risk, we underscore that because that's the main mission that we, and the focus that we always try to take on any work we do. Unfortunately, we only follow what my understanding of digital trade issues from a very superficial perspective because of reasons that we're going to actually unpack later on today as we move into the multi-stakeholderism discussion as well and how digital trade negotiations work. But just coming back to the question, and here's the reason why I asked it before, the question why I asked what is digital trade is because, like Thomas just said, we are talking about data governance and what happens to personal data around the world in the context of how do we set international rules for products and services that move around the world electronically. And from our perspective, and it is fortunately the perspective of a large part of the digital rights ecosystem around the world, that is just the wrong framing. And the reason for that is because we cannot treat, like all of you will have heard, data is the new oil. I've been in Geneva and I have heard, oh, it's not oil, data is like avocados because they're only, what's the metaphor? They're highly valuable, but only for a certain period of time. And if you don't use it quickly, then kind of the value diminishes. Or I've seen like data is like bananas. No, it's none of that. Personal data is personal inherently, and it's linked to a human right. And that's for us the main starting point in this conversation is that we are asking ourselves, how can we set rules on trading human rights? And the answer is, well, you shouldn't. And the reason why then I ask what do we consider digital trade is because if, for example, we talk about adequacy decisions or we talk about data protection and privacy frameworks that include provisions on how data can flow from different jurisdictions, that is not digital trade. That is not an international trade agreement. That is a legal framework that is designed to regulate a human right, which includes provisions on how it can operate internationally. And those are two very different things. And here's why. I'll take the paradigmatic example of the general data protection regulation in the European Union, of course, which a lot of the industry has portrayed as very protectionist, and I have heard some countries around the world also say, like, how can we comply with it and so on. We need to remember that the GDPR, the full title of the GDPR is the General Data Protection Regulation and on the free flow of data. So it contains a lot of provision precisely to enable that exchange of data and to enable e-commerce and just international transactions. The Council of Europe Convention 108, which is signed by a couple dozen countries around the world, is also a legal instrument designed to protect a human right in a way in which also enables the internet to exist while protecting that human right. For a few years now, we've seen, like a few examples, Thomas has talked about a few examples, and now Miguel has talked about the WTO as well. Increasingly, trade agreements, either bilateral, multilateral, or now plurilateral at the WTO, incorporate chapters and conversations about issues linked to data protection and privacy and data flows. And so my question, I put the question back to you guys, is what is the problem that we're trying to solve? What is the problem, like, is the internet not working because we don't have a plurilateral trade agreement at the WTO that contains data flows provisions? Because I still haven't seen anybody articulate a legal or economic problem that in order to solve, we need that kind of policy instrument to solve it. So for us, the solution is not, let's go into trade circles and have data flows provisions, because first, the high-level objective of trade negotiations will be to liberalize trade, not to protect human rights. So that's just the first step that is the wrong framing. Second, like Thomas has said, they're very non-transparent conversations. There's no multi-stakeholderism. The communities that will be affected by those negotiations will not be heard. And third, the negotiations are done by trade experts who are there basically with the mandate to reduce trade barriers and increase their trade quotas and so on, not by human rights experts. So for us, the high-level comment there is that to talk about all these discussions, we're taking them to the wrong fora. And if we don't correct that, we're going to be taking very serious decisions about how the internet operates and how human rights are respected or not in the wrong place. I'm going to stop there because I know I'm raising a lot of questions, and we can continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You certainly took on a lot of very important issues. I wanted to take the conversation in a bit of a, let's see, an upbeat way, because the impacts are not all just legal or taxative or economical. They bring to life as well new opportunities for the development of people and the realization of the SDGs. And for example, just to give you an example, in one generation, my generation would, I'm 40. I'm a bit old already, but my generation wouldn't have all the chances that the next generation of 20-year-olds now have just to study, to go into different sectors. We wouldn't have that. We would have normal, very traditional careers. But now We have 52 new universities and a vast range of things you can do by getting a degree in different digital areas. So these opportunities and for example, hackathons and job opportunities in a service sector or agro-technologies that are very, very strongly growing in different parts of the world. In a simple example that I can give is that now we are a 7 million people country who feeds 80 million people country around the world, or 80 million people around the world. And that's because of the use of technologies. Otherwise, we wouldn't have developed the genetics and the logistics in order to do so. This evolves with the social responsibility of the private sector, of companies. And they need to help to realize the human rights enabled tools already existing. That's very important what you said, because I don't believe, I'm very hesitant on saying we need a convention for trade in order to secure the realization of rights within the trade system. I would say the human rights conventions are already there. We need to make enterprises understand them correctly and apply them correctly in order to ensure that we are not taking personal data outside its boundaries. At the same time, I'm already answering of what I think a bit. But I would end by saying that the social responsibility of the private and public sector need to be aligned in order for all policies, both trade and human rights, to benefit the whole of populations, the peoples of the world. And we have to think that way. Otherwise, the government is going to go one way and the private sector another way, and we will normally have conflict of interests when we need to be aligned in policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, we have the opportunity for anyone who wants to ask questions and take the floor. So if there's anyone interested.
Hello, my name is Johanna. I'm from the FU Berlin. And I wanted to go back to your question whether data flows and privacy issues should be regulated or discussed within trade forums. I think on one side it probably has to, because the data flows are pretty much underlying digital trade. On the other side, I do see your point that it's a human right and might not be the right issue for being negotiated. So I really see a dilemma there as well. I think at the end, I mean, the European Union did decide to not negotiate privacy issues in their free trade agreements. And that's actually a question I would like to raise to Thomas, whether you see this strategy will work in the future. And plus, another way that the European Union chose is the adequacy decision. And my question would be there if that might be, or it might turn out as a protectionist tool for countries that are not able to rise to the regulation that's required by the European Union. And if at the end, less developed or economically less developed countries might actually be disadvantaged by those instruments instead of free trade agreements. So actually, yeah, those are my questions.
I'll give the floor to Thomas then. He wants to comment on this as well.
Hello. So I completely agree with the fact that this disconnect between trade discussions and more of like the values, human rights of privacy, or freedom of speech, or like other democratic ideals, there can be this disconnect between the two. So taking Europe as an example, you kind of have you can see that, like we talked about, the EU Commission has stated that they'll only sign free trade agreements that kind of contain language on regarding the free flow of data if they're also deemed adequate in terms of like an adequacy decision with their current data protection. So in order for a government like Japan to enter into agreement with the European Union, they also need to be deemed adequate, and their data protection laws and enforcement of those laws need to be equivalent to the EU. So to me, to answer that question, I do prefer that view, because like we were talking about, trade discussions frame the debate around trade. And then you're getting at efficiencies and maximizing data flows while losing thoughts about other core values that you might have or human rights. So to me, I see the societal impacts of digital trade as very important. And because in these agreements, there are values at play like privacy that need to be protected. And when we only look at digital trade from a trade perspective, like we do when talking about trade agreements, we can lose sight of these important values. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks. So thank you for the question, and Thomas also for your remarks. Oh, there's a bit of an echo.
Sorry.
Yeah. So first of all, let me clarify that we're not against data flows. It's not like I understand for the internet to work, data has to move and personal data has to move, and these are all kind of trans-jurisdictional services. And of course, the question, like coming back to my initial challenge, is like, what is the problem that we're trying to solve by getting data flows provisions into international trade agreements? And I don't need an answer today, but I've asked this question repeatedly, and the answers are normally very hypothetical or related to data localization requirements in countries around the world, which we all know, big countries that want to kind of splinter the internet, and that's a very valid conversation. The problem is, like the problem where we're coming from, and I think Thomas was hinting at that as well, is that an international trade agreement will be binding on the country that signs it and has to adapt their own rules. And so our fear is, and we've seen this in different negotiations that the EU has initiated, that if a country or a region like the EU binds itself to something that it has a lower level of protection than what it gives itself, like for example with the GDPR, it will have to change that protection as well. And instead of having that race to the bottom, what we want, like Thomas was also hinting at, is a race to the top. And so and I think the evidence we see is that the GDPR has helped push the data protection conversation around the world. More and more countries are creating legal frameworks that are intended to protect people's personal data. And by the way, a reminder also that the adequacy decisions are not the only instrument that countries around the world have to enable data flows with the EU. There's other legal bases in the GDPR that can be used as well.
Thank you very much, Guillermo. Any other questions on this? Okay.
Working on IT issues since then, and I must admit I'm one of the few people in the WTO who goes to ITU and IGF and everything else. I just wanted to say that what I've heard from private sector is a little different than what you're saying. What I've heard from private sector and some of the documents they submit that are publicly available is they are being blocked in the various markets. Some of it is blocking that you wouldn't like for human rights reasons as well as us. The WTO can't do a lot about that. So you really do need human rights rules for things like censorship and blocking things because of freedom of speech. But there are also, for example, apparently in the Chinese market, there's between 8 and 12 different services that I work on services agreement that are covered with obligations that they should be able to trade, but they can't trade because they're completely blocked as a service, not just filtering or takedown requests. So that's the kind of thing we're hearing, that the kind of trade that should be happening globally isn't always happening because there's blocking going on. And they feel they need a principle that establishes that as a first order, you don't interfere with data flows. But then they all recognize that you need something that allows these, what some people call non-trade policies, to be in effect. And since 1995, privacy has been recognized as one of the non-trade policies, covered by the exceptions that already exist. So this debate to me about the exceptions that should be the second paragraph of a data flows provision is a little weird, because some of them are actually GATS minus. which is interesting because I don't know how you can have two agreements within one organization that one basically has one set of obligations with respect to exceptions and the other doesn't. The other thing is that I think privacy would not be a race to the bottom because the way our exception works, we don't question the standards. So you can have higher standards, you can unfortunately have lower standards, but what would be questioned is the way you got there. And if the way you got there was basically more burdensome than necessary to achieve your objective, not anybody else's objective, but your objective, that's what the disciplines try to get at. So the panels never question that your quality standard or your privacy standard is higher than the next government's quality or privacy standard. I just thought that that is something that puzzles me a little bit in the discussion. I've been working in the Internet and Jurisdiction program with a lot of people who are really concerned about the human rights stuff. My first job I ever had was human rights. I haven't done it since, so I'm learning more about these treaties that are put into effect. And what impresses me is both the WTO and the Human Rights Convention are fundamentally seeking good governance for slightly different reasons. But I think there's a commonality of the ultimate objective is that governments behave themselves, either vis-a-vis businesses or citizens. And I don't think they're incompatible, just to be controversial.
Thank you very much for your participation. I don't think I got your name, but...
Lee Tuthill.
Thank you very much. So moving on, do we have so many further questions on this, or can we move on to the multi-stakeholder participation in those forums? Because for this last section, the proposal is to actually build up on what the IGF makes us believe, which is the multi-stakeholder participation and having all stakeholders and interested parties raising their voices in this conversation, but still the fact that those forums, they still exist, and some of them, they might be ignoring this need for participation and this need for actually listening to more than just national states and at the delegations level. So for this last section, the name of it is Multi-Stakeholder Collaboration, the Only Way Forward. And we will have Kathleen and Guillermo for this discussion. If you want to join as well, you're also invited, but I'll give the floor to Kathleen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruna. So it's very interesting to try to bridge that because I actually have absolutely zero experience in trade, and I've been listening to this and I'm like, yep, and that's part of the reason why multi-stakeholderism doesn't work. Because there's so many buzzwords in this conversation already, and everyone mentions trade, but everyone comes from a different angle. And part of that is that stakeholders have a tendency to frame things out of their bubble, and we all have an intrinsic objective and a motivation of what we're trying to achieve. But we use the same words for different reasons and for different purposes. And it seems like there's often a lack of translation between those stakeholders. And I'm saying that as somebody who's worked across stakeholders. So I started academia, worked in government, worked in private sector, and now work in civil society. And I've seen it from every angle, and I've learned how to strategize for each of those stakeholder groups. But having done that, I also do see a desperate need to translate better in why we are where we are. And there's lessons to be learned from everyone. And I think the main thing everyone needs to remember, it's not just we're right and multi-stakeholder is something all of us do, but it takes a lot of time. And multi-stakeholder is not a one-off. It is a process, and it needs transparency, inclusion, and accountability every single time, not once. And that's often forgotten. So governments, and I know that, again, from experience, often forget to explain how the process works and make the rules of procedure clear, which makes it really hard for other stakeholders to actually play. So a lot of things you said, I'm like, you probably have all the processes in place. It's really hard to learn about them. And it's also really hard to then find the entry point. When can I actually raise something that might not be on your radar right now? Because the world is growing. It's a very complex place to be at. So how can we actually get to the complexity in an appropriate way? It's super hard. And civil society has a tendency to say, like, you're ignoring human rights, and you're just moving to a next forum where we can't get in because it's a government place, and we keep pushing into new venues. It's like like, it's been a process for 20 years. We've opened up the Human Rights Council. Now we've opened up the IGF. We've opened up the G20. Now we need to go to WTO, and our resources are limited, and civic space is shrinking, and it's getting harder and harder and harder to be at all of those venues, which means we start criticizing in bulk. So rather than going to a process where we can actually make a difference, we just use the tools we've always used in the hope that they will work. So it's kind of throwing something at it in the hope that that starts a conversation. And I think there is this, and I feel like trade might be that next iteration of how do we actually do multi-stakeholder in all of us, and that really goes for every single one, including private sector, government, academia. What is the process, and what's the phase we're in that process? Because it's not like you discuss something and then there's a law. You discuss something and then there's an agreement. But the question is something already on the agenda? What should we tackle? What's the issue? That is one phase that takes a certain set of actors. It takes a certain set of engagement. It allows for certain activities, and it has a specific output. That's the agenda. And then the question is, what's the deliberation, which usually means, yet again, who's affected, who should be at the table? Have we actually considered everyone? Who's allowed to raise their voice? It's not as straightforward as it often seems before we even go to drafting, which is an entirely different stage, which might be more secluded because whoever takes the pen has the power, right? So there is some responsibility in that. And then the question is, how do we actually make it happen? Implementation, which is yet again an entirely different process with different actors before we go back to ask, what have we learned from this process and what needs to change going forward? Which is what many stakeholders are not really willing to go, because once you've reached the agreement, it's like, man, can we just be done? No, we can't, because that's not how the world works. And I think the main reason that I got invited for this input is I remember when the G20 digital issues kept popping up in the G20 discussions for years. There was never a track. There's still not really a track. And when I joined Mozilla, as I said, like, we're a not-for-profit organization, so we consider ourselves civil society. It was impossible for us to join the C20 track because our legal structure isn't really an NGO, but we're also not a private sector. We're a merger of both. So we couldn't join any of those tracks and be a party. I'm like, so if you're not allowing me to play, then the rules are wrong, because we do have a stake in this, and it is important for us. So the way we went about this was like, okay, I can't even raise an issue. I don't even get to this point where there's a clear procedure and a process for me to say digital issues need to be treated in a comprehensive, progressive manner. So the way we went about it is that we built a coalition of stakeholders who also were facing the challenge of not actually even getting in the room to say, we need to talk about this. There was nowhere to land this. So we built a coalition of about 120 organizations worldwide from all continents to raise that in a public campaign. So we sort of didn't play by the rules, but we still got heard. And the way it's changed is that governments since have always reached out to those of us that initiated that coalition to say who needs to be invited again. And I think that shows it can happen, but you need to be very targeted in what you're asking for. So we weren't able to influence the text itself, but at least we got to say, there needs to be a process in place where people can raise issues. And that's what we were hoping for, just as an example, and happy to go into detail if that's helpful.
Thank you very much, Kathleen. Guilherme, you have the floor.
Thank you. So many things to say. So I think the first thing is that, just to quote what Kathleen was saying, we're not trying to criticize this in bulk in the sense of just digital trade is wrong or data flows are wrong. My point is, and I'll just reinstate that, is that questions that touch upon human rights, we need to come up with other political legal constructs, like, for example, the interaction between different data protection regulators that already exists, and they can come up with international binding norms. There's the privacy shield, for example, between the US and the EU, which we don't like for a number of reasons, but kind of those initiatives, those different forums where conversations about where personal data flows should happen. And I'm just using the moment to respond also to some of your comments. I hear you about China and Russia want a different internet split from the world. And I know you didn't say that. I know, but I'll just, yeah. I work for an NGO, so I can take that license. Now, I would wonder whether a multilateral trade agreement is really going to solve that issue, but, I get that there are some issues there, but we shouldn't, in doing that, create an ecosystem that then can have an impact on human rights. And that's why we try to kind of at a higher level separate the two things. Now, my point is now to Kathleen's point, I think, which I agree, the solution for digital trade to be better on digital rights and human rights and so on is not multi-stakeholderism. Like, I agree with we can't just keep chasing fora after fora and saying, okay, you got to open it up, now we'll fight for years so that documents start being open and so on. There is in the digital rights space a very, very important lack of resources, and it's a fairly new space, and for us it's a luxury to work on these long-term issues when, for example, for us, which we do a lot of work on internet shutdowns, the internet is being shut down across the world like every day. And so we have to focus on the most immediate problems, and it's really hard for us to come to these more long-term and technical conversations. Coming to Geneva is extremely expensive, as I'm sure you know.
Living there is too.
Yeah, I'm sure, yes. So I know there are small things, like, for example, we're here at IGF, we've got online participation, live transcription, a live stream, a more open process. It doesn't mean that it works for everything, but it is a fairly decent model for multi-stakeholderism that could be used elsewhere. But I think our kind of more thinking for all these fora where we're never going to get that meaningful engagement from all the communities that are affected by those policy decisions that are being made is maybe instead of trying to bring civil society into those fora, is bring those fora into the ones where civil society already is. Come to the IGF, bring WTO negotiations, not the negotiations, bring WTO-linked conversations to IGF, bring them to RightsCon. For those of you who don't know, RightsCon is an annual conference we organize, biggest digital rights conference around the world, and the community is there. Well done. Thank you. Just a palm current. I have more here for anyone who might need one. Yeah, so we got those fora, and we put a lot of efforts to make sure that the whole community is there, so let's use that more smartly the best way we can.
My question to both you, Kathleen, and Guillermo, will be that I guess both Mozilla and Access Now have been championing the participation in such spaces, both at the multi-stakeholder and multilateral level. Sometimes if you go on to the Human Rights Council or any other arenas, they have these different sorts of participation. So would you have any advice for like smaller organizations or civil society who is meaning to be more present or to have a more active voice on this? Or maybe how do you see this path moving forward? How do we see, like, what are the possible paths for collaboration in this?
I think one answer is don't try to do it all. Because there are limited resources, and you'll be more powerful if you really know where you can make a difference. And most organizations have a unique purpose for why they exist. And if you champion those things of why your organization exists, that's where you make the biggest impact. Because it's really easy, and Mozilla has the same issue. Mozilla, yes, is a very recognized, comparatively big civil society organization, but compared to who we compete with, we're tiny. Right? So we also have to prioritize, and we have a tendency to do everything, and then you don't do anything well. So there's always this, where can you really make a difference? And that's what I mean with the faces, because especially for small organizations, getting something on the agenda can be incredibly time-consuming. It might be that in deliberation processes, focusing on bringing the facts and actually raising examples and awareness on things people might not be aware of might be where you add the most value. It still means you won't be in this place actually writing things down, which does hold power, but focus on that. Or if you're an organization focused on litigation, think about how to structure evaluation processes that allow you to initiate a new process and make it better. So you might not stop something, but you might be able to iterate and improve. And I think that's a different answer for every organization, but in this, also at IGF, everything is happening at once. And really choosing your battles and trying to figure out where you, with your passion and the things you bring, the insights you bring, have the biggest impact is hard, because you always feel like you could even do more. But we're all burning out if we do everything at once.
Thank you. Yeah, I cannot agree more. I think that's a constant challenge we all face, whether big or small NGOs. But we have the privilege of being able to work on quite a significant number of issues, and still I can guarantee it's a constant challenge for us to be prioritizing where we should be, because like Kathleen says, everything is just happening at the same time. I think policymakers here and governments have a very, very important role, and that's my key call, because especially towards those smaller NGOs that might represent, I don't know, more vulnerable communities and perspectives for these debates that really have to be heard, they bear, policymakers, I think, the biggest responsibility in enabling processes and even funding streams to enable those organizations to participate. And it can't, the responsibility can't always be put on civil society and, okay, you guys organize yourselves, go find your resources and come tell us what you think. No, that's the I think the basic message is you need to make it much easier for that to happen. Yeah, I'll stop it there.
Can I just jump in immediately on that? Because the organizing part and the collaborating part, building that coalition for G20 was only possible because it had Mozilla behind it. It takes a lot of resources. Coordination takes forever, and it's completely underestimated of how time-consuming and how emotionally challenging it is to have 120 organizations all needing something. It really, most organizations are not in the position to collaborate with other organizations because they're so heads down in fixing their issues. So it's like also acknowledging smaller organizations for it's okay for you to focus on that, but don't expect civil society to be an organized block. It's almost impossible.
Questions, comments, ideas? I know you had your hand raised. Do you want to?
Just on exactly this topic, I'm the first to admit, because unlike some of my colleagues, I go to a lot of the other international organizations and regional organizations. We are the most archaic in terms of actual participation in meetings. I have the privilege of being able to sit in as an observer in organizations that we don't allow them to sit in as an observer, much less anybody else. And in that sense, starting with LAMI, DGs have tried to create informal mechanisms for, they've recently had what he calls trade policy dialogues. Had one with business, but another one exclusively with consumer protection organizations and NGOs. Maybe he should move on to some other forms of NGOs. That said, I think the fact that you have now all of these FTAs that had e-commerce have now coalesced and come to the WTO. So you have one focal point now. And in that sense, I think the WTO is a lot less secretive than the bilateral or FTA negotiations may have been, because even if something is supposed to be confidential, frankly, anybody will give it to you. I mean, you can't admit if I did, but a lot of delegations want people to know about things. We also, just so you know, we have a proposal by the New Zealanders because of this idea that trade negotiations were criticized as being too secretive, to make public these draft texts as soon as possible. The fact is the draft text is nothing but a compendium of, you've all seen them, different governments' pieces of their FTAs. So there's nothing in there you haven't seen somewhere. But right now it's a mess because you have 7 different versions of the FTA drafting of a particular provision, with everybody saying, oh, well, are we all saying the same thing or not saying the same thing? And that's what they're asking themselves. They don't really know yet. When that comes out, which I would estimate they'd be ready for something to come out if they can agree, and I think they will, because they've been more transparent than most of our processes, even up to this point, would probably be in the early spring. At the latest, in the next ministerial. It might be something, since they won't have achieved any results by June, they may feel as though that may try to show the world trying to do something and make it public at that point. So there will be things to comment on. Now, in terms of participation, even if you can't afford to come to Geneva, even the private sector has trouble doing that. They formed a coalition of coalitions of private associations to shave their resources. You can send us press releases. We can make them available to delegations. I have this guerrilla tactic of putting all kinds of links on the e-commerce webpage, and since nobody vets what I do on that webpage, that I'm putting all these links to interesting. Oh, right. They'll say, "What did Lee do?" you know, I put all kinds of resources down in the left-hand side of the sort of standard e-commerce. The WTO had this meeting and that meeting. So I tend to like to post information so people can be aware.
Thank you very much. Questions or comments? Floor is open again. No? Good. If not, I will ask our panelists to maybe, if you want to do a wrap-up comment on this, on how, or if not, we can just also finish the session. But you're all invited to offer a last comment on this, and I pretty much appreciate this opportunity, and thank you all for being here. So I guess I'll give the floor first to Thomas, and then to Guilherme or Kathleen, if you want to.
Yeah, so to basically wrap up, I would say that I'm worried about like a lack of transparency in trade negotiations, and just that when we're talking about digital trade, like we were talking earlier, it kind of frames the debate towards trade, and the people who have the most say in this and the ones who kind of their values are at stake when it comes to digital trade are companies, basically, who are looking for possibly a free flow of information while not protecting other rights, possibly like privacy. So my worry is kind of how can civil society get involved into this for when digital trade might not even be the right framing to protect what's at value for most civil society stakeholders. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Kathleen or Guilherme?
Sure. The echo is really weird. Thank you for you actually being here. Like, I think one of the other things, apart from civil society choosing their battles, also as a former government official, there are people like you who actually try to increase transparency and who are around in pretty much every single process in every international organization and every government around the world. So sometimes it's also about recognizing that these are not black boxes, they're not a block, but there are individuals in there who really try to serve the public interest, who are in this for serving and the heart and finding the right allies and understanding, letting them help you understand the process is also sometimes an important tool we tend to forget, because if you're angry at something, it can be hard to find the person who actually wants a very similar thing from you. So find the people who support you within the organization you're trying to change, I think is another thing to leave it on.
Thank you. I would plus one what Kathleen just said. It's great that somebody like you would come and have this and engage in this conversation. I think we need way more of that. And so I would encourage you to keep doing that and bring more colleagues along, and we'll organize. You should come to RightsCon. I guess, like, not to repeat anything we've said, but for me, like, if I look at the conversation we've had today, it's a complex conversation about the architecture of our, legal and economic constructs and how we deal with these things. Where we come from is, at the end of the day, this is about individual human beings. Like, all these things are going to impact their lives. It's not even anymore about the internet, which it is. It's what do we do with this immense public good that we all love? But it's about the individuals that live in it, and how their human rights, their right to express freely, to participate freely, to assembly, will be able to be exercised in the future. So my call would be to any policymakers in the room or watching online is, don't take these things lightly. The way in which we negotiate and set the rules for the future about all of this is going to define how open and human rights respecting our societies are. So it's very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guilherme. And thank you all for being here. I guess that the main message we get from this is that actually ignoring those issues and ignoring those forums won't make them go away. And also, the other way around isn't the same. Is the same, pretty much the same, because there's a whole impact on the actual human rights impact that this all, and also on the internet, that all of these trade agreements and discussions they end up causing, they're also very real. So I do appreciate as well your presence here, Lee, and as our volunteer panelists. I'm super happy about it. And yeah, I'm just wrapping up the session, and thank you all for being here. That's it. Thank you.